Everyone, thank you so much for coming. You're welcome to take the front row seats. You're welcome to come up a little bit more if you would like. Okay, we are starting at 10:00. We are right on time. Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to all of you. And thank you for joining us today, both online and here in person at the event forum in Bern for the Trade for Sustainable Development Forum. I'm Susanna Pak of the International Trade Center, and it's my pleasure to be your MC today. We're here today to explore the value of long-term thinking in a world of 280-character tweets, one-click purchase buying online, and next-day delivery. Take, for example, the Gotthard Base Tunnel, the world's longest and deepest railway tunnel, right here, 57 kilometers right here through the base of the Alps. It took over 20 years to build, but with that initial investment, we'll be seeing cuts of travel time and cuts of emissions for generations to come. And this Swiss dedication to the long game and that long-term partnerships to reach shared goals really captures the theme of this conference, concerted action for a sustainable future. And that's more important than ever in the face of global challenges and opportunities. It's fitting that the first time ITC is co-hosting this forum, it's with the partner that was with us from the start of our 60-year journey. Here is the cover of a report on the Swiss market for developing countries from 1967. Today, we'll explore how this partnership will continue to evolve to create a more sustainable future for all. We have a great program for you, running on Swiss time, of course, starting with a scene-setting fireside chat. Please help me welcome to the stage ITC Executive Director, Ms. Pamela Koch-Hamilton, State Secretary Helen Budliger Artieda, Director of the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, and Dr. Chris Lubkeman, leader of the Strategic Foresight Hub in the Office of the President at ETH Zurich, who will moderate the session.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here with you today and with you too. It's wonderful. The long game is quite interesting to think of the long game. Just what does that mean for each one of us individually? What does it mean for us collectively? And how long is long? It's also interesting for some corporate reporting, long is about 3 months. And long-term thinking might go up to 6. But we've been together for 60 years. And that is quite an impressive fact. Especially if we go back to 1964. You were not born yet, but I was. Yeah. And it's interesting to think what has changed socially. Just pause for a moment and think back. Socially, what has changed in that time? The context of that moment. Economically, geopolitically, technologically, environmentally, what has changed? And yet this relationship has survived through and with all of these changes. So what has been the secret sauce to make this work through all of these changes? And if I may start with big national picture.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Lovely to have you in Bern, Pam. We usually meet in Geneva or somewhere else, so I'm glad that you made it all the way to the capital of Switzerland. Good morning to everyone. Well, secret sauce, difficult to say. I think we're focusing, both of us, on what matters. And I think what matters is for people to have a decent job. I think both of us have understood that no matter where you live, you need to have a decent income. I think both of us have understood that SMEs play a key role. You know, Switzerland, it's fabulous, of course, to have these big global companies, which are household names wherever I go. They're great taxpayers, they're great in innovation, and they do employ people. but the backbone of any economy are the SMEs. And in Switzerland, we also have an educational system which is geared towards SMEs because we attach great importance to professional training. And ITC has understood that and is focusing on the SMEs. And then being Swiss, yes, we love to be on time. It's just how it is. But we also like to be pragmatic and we like to see a result, both in long term, but also concrete and pragmatic, and if at all possible, not too much blah, blah, blah. And ITC does that. It gets these SMEs into global value chains, which that wasn't, of course, necessary, back in the 60s, because it was already great if you managed to service the next door market. Like for us, it would have been Germany, France, and so on as an SME. But nowadays, you look in Switzerland, some of our even micro, they are global because this is the name of the game, and this is where growth are, particularly in a small market such as Switzerland with 9 million. Don't get me wrong, great consumers, but it's 9 million. So at one point, if you need to grow, you need to go global. And of course, the same is true for anyone that starts a business in Africa, in Latin America, and in Asia. And I think we have a common understanding. And I would say that is probably the secret sauce. So many ingredients, but and not so secret, by the way. I think everybody should know about these things nowadays.
No, but it's good to remind ourselves, is exactly what you just pointed out, that these are not necessarily secret, but they're very fundamental and important, especially perhaps from this SMEs, not just as you said, a Binnenmarkt of 8-9 million, but also to take some of these amazing products for development and for improving the standards of living in the lives of others all over the world. So there's a two-way benefit with that as well. So, what, Pamela, for you? Secret sauce? Spicy?
I was going to say jerk
bland,
sauce, but
jerk. Your favorite rub on the stuff?
yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's funny, as listening to Helene and us saying, when she said we were talking about our tagline and redoing it this year because it's our 60th anniversary. And one of the ideas that I had was, why don't we just say no blah blah? We just don't do blah blah. That's, But to your question about, what is it that has made us work? What has enabled us to function so effectively and grow over the last 60 years? I'd say the first thing, what is it that makes any relationship work? What's the foundation of any healthy relationship? Because there are unhealthy ones. It's shared values, a shared vision of the world, a common ethos, a way of engaging that says, this is how we're going to do it, and this is what's driving why we do what we do. And so ITC's engagement with Switzerland is based upon those shared value systems, on that shared ethos. Small businesses, as Helene said, it is the core of our work and why we do what we do. We were talking just recently about the fact that, Migros will be celebrating 100 years in 2025, and they started out as a 5-truck business. That was it. Here they are, a global company, well-known, well-respected, and the building of SMEs from that level all the way up is a sign of what's in the DNA of Switzerland, but also in our DNA. And that's important. The second is on innovation. Switzerland has had the kind of innovation, you see, they don't shout about it. They're not like some of us in the West, right?
We're trying to talk about it a little bit more. I mean, this is
but they're, they
No.
invented the World Wide Web.
We're not from Texas.
No,
Yeah,
exactly. Exactly. Where big is better, exactly. So, or Jamaica, where we shout even though we're small. The point is that Switzerland invented the World Wide Web. They, at CERN, they did the bobsledding. I mean, I remember we actually you know, we
saw the movie.
It's really wonderful that you bring this up.
got
That's
our
it.
hand at that. I think we tried very well.
Yeah,
And
you did a great job. Good movie too.
And Switzerland has had a constant drive for innovation, for change, for moving the needle forward in different areas, in different aspects. And I think that's also critical because we have formed our own innovation lab. And I'd say every weekend I get a WhatsApp from one of my directors or chiefs about some new idea.
Mhm.
Some of them may not be so great, but everybody has a new idea every week. And I think it's awesome because it creates a certain mentality within the organization that allows us to always be on the cutting edge. I'd say the third thing is recognizing how important people's lives are. That having decent living, having the right to healthcare, to education, access to the internet, access to good food, access to, the fundamentals of life. What drives me all the time is how do we ensure that people live and that people live in dignity and with decency. And then the final thing, of course, is sustainability. That's why we're here today. But the fact is that Switzerland has been one of the leaders on the sustainability agenda. Long before anybody else thought it was sexy, Switzerland understood this and invested as far back as 2009. And that's how the T4SD forum came to be. So Switzerland is committed, is a long-term partner, and we built that trust over the last 60 years. Thanks.
Thank you, Pam. That's really fantastic. So shared values, shared vision, shared ethos, innovation, the value of life, and we're talking about thrival, not just survival, but through the collaboration and your work, really focusing on thrival and helping make sure, is that better? You can hear me a little bit better. On thrival. I think that's really, really quite important. Now, were there a couple of projects that either of you would like to highlight in recently or past which would focus on the innovation, or if something comes to mind as, hey, that was this really great project, which was no blah, blah, and was something as an exemplar. Does something come to mind?
Well, cocoa, I think that unites us.
Yeah.
I had to explain that the Swiss, yes, there are no cocoa trees in Switzerland, but we added milk to the chocolate, remember?
That's innovation.
That
There
was
you
at
go.
the 60 birthday party in Geneva. By the way, that also helps that they're in Geneva, I have to say.
Yes.
The fact that we can actually meet.
So easily.
Yeah. I mean, I know that people are joining globally from all over the world, and that's great. And that's, I'm all for it, but from time to time to sit opposite each other. Cocoa, and I've recently just met with the Swiss Cocoa platform, and you are very active on that, linking farmers, throughout the whole value chain. And I think what impresses me as well is that, of course, you have a cocoa value chain, but you have a coffee value chain, you have other commodities, and I think that is encouraging to me, that whatever we learn in one value chain, I think together we're trying to transport it and lessons learned, and so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. And I guess that transporting of lessons learned, of course, what did work and what did not work, and I think both of us also understand it's not a copy-paste issue. You really then still have to do your homework and your deep dive. I think that's something that comes to mind, because I experienced it both in Geneva at the 60th birthday bash. Also had an engagement with members of the Swiss Cocoa platform. So I think that always what works, how can we multiply, and how can we make sure that it reaches all corners of the world, because I think that's the challenge nowadays. We have to really provide everyone on this planet with hopefully an opportunity for a better and more sustainable life.
Right. I think that resonates exactly that with everybody in the room. That's why we're all here. I think that's a great restate. This project, is this something which you created? It came from your small businesses? Was it? Well, where do those projects come from? You said you have ideas every day, every week, but somehow they have to get boiled up into something which you then actually invest in.
There are two projects that I really, really think are so incredibly powerful that the Swiss government has supported us from the beginning and has actually been, part of the innovation, the create. One of the good things about what ITC does is that we don't just sit in a box and come up with something and impose. We work with our stakeholders. We ensure that it is homegrown and home-owned. That way, when we do disengage, it continues.
Yeah.
We are able to ensure that it's built for them.
And how many stakeholders do you have approximately? Like 200, 200,000?
You mean in which country?
Great answer.
No,
Yeah, this shows my ignorance. I have something to learn here. I got to do some homework really fast. Okay.
No, I mean,
No, good point. That's great.
we're in a lot of countries.
Thank you. No, that's okay.
No,
Cool.
but I mean, Chris,
Yeah.
so I represent government. Government does not have to come up with ideas.
Yeah.
People come up with ideas.
True.
And our job is to create the best possible framework because not everyone has the privilege to grow up in a country such as Switzerland,
Yeah.
where, you get provided by government with free education and so on. So I think the matter is not, us in Switzerland, we believe we're successful because we're not doing industrial policies and spending money and us deciding what is the next big technology that we need to support. What we're focusing on is creating framework conditions, access to finance, access to markets, understanding, for example, in Africa, the new continental free trade area. What does that mean if I'm in Tanzania or in Ghana with a small business? How do I have to twerk my sales, my registrations and so on. I think that's, the people have, I was ambassador in Southern Africa. You find these amazingly creative people. So you really do not have to come up with ideas. They know what to do. We have to enable them.
Yeah. And this is basically what you're doing.
Yeah, I was talking about the Sankofa project. I love the name, to be honest. I just love it. It just sounds like a music group,
Wait, say it again. Say it again really loud. Kind of got to say it.
Yes, you can just feel the beat. But I think it's one of our most successful projects for several reasons. One, because, of course, we work with the Ghana Cocoa Board. We've worked with the partners in Ghana. We've also worked with the private sector in Switzerland and the government and so on. So it's been a multi-pronged, multifaceted, multi-partner engagement, which is what has made it so successful. And I think many of the players are in here today. And I think one of the great things about that as well is that we've been able to introduce sustainability measures, right? Such as dynamic agroforestry, which looks at multi-cropping. And how do you plant the cocoa alongside other crops that can be reaped throughout the year?
Super important.
Also looking at the issues of, carbon sequestration. How do we ensure that it's not harming the environment? Because I think the balance that we're trying to get at this stage is how do you ensure environmental sustainability and also economic livelihood? That's the balance. And sometimes, when we talk about environmental sustainability, a lot of people forget that people's lives are at stake as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so how do you ensure that we balance that? And so that's a very important part. The other thing is ensuring that value addition takes place. That they start processing and doing value addition in Ghana instead of the usual export, excavate, move, So for us, the Sankofa project represents so many powerful
That's really great.
signals.
It's really, that's a really great description of the value that this brings and the collaboration brings. And it's a good one for those who in the room, like myself, don't know it enough. And those online who don't know it enough to go and check it out and to take a look at that. And I can't wait for the band to come up with the Ghana and you create that. You could maybe in your staff, between you could create the Ghana Cocoa Project band. We have 48 seconds left. And I feel like between us, we could actually talk for another hour about the collaboration which you represent and how, I know the time's gone by in a heartbeat, right? But this, I want to say from my standpoint, it's wonderful to see such a collaboration with mutual admiration between the two of you and the trust which it takes for that relationship to last. The trust between the two of you, the two organizations, but also with their stakeholders, be it for you within Bern and the citizens, and you with your hundreds and thousands of stakeholders around the world. And I said, thank you for choosing to do this. And I think with that, I'm going to say, let us give them a round of applause to say thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our speakers. Some keywords that we picked up: no blah blah, thrival, and of course, innovation. Thank you so much. And now we would like to invite Mr. Vincent Subilia, Director General of the Geneva Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Services, to the stage for his opening remarks.
Excellencies, distinguished State Secretary, esteemed Executive Director, Ambassadors, honored guests, but above all, dear entrepreneurs. It is a true pleasure and a real honor to be humbly addressing such a leading audience in this pristine venue. And I'm particularly delighted to be joining you in celebrating the 60th anniversary of ITC. I'm not standing in front of you only as a modest representative of the Geneva Chamber of Commerce, which has been advocating the Geneva business economy for over 160 years, talking about time, but and a member of the advisory board of ITC, but above all, I guess, as friend and as neighbor, because as you know, our two institutions share a long-standing and fruitful relations built on common visions and strengthened by our proximity. And I think this is one of the key assets of Switzerland, that very vicinity, since our offices are just a few miles apart. Geneva's economy, as the Swiss economy, is open and globally connected. And therefore, as the second largest Swiss canton in terms of exports, we hold a position that highlights the international scope of our economy. And talking again about time, it is worth remembering that Switzerland, a landlocked country, with that pristine alpine setting, used 200 years ago to be made mostly of farmers and mercenaries. This was an asset that we used to export quite vividly. And it took us a bit of reverse engineering to make Switzerland what is a nation considered number one in terms of innovation that was mentioned, not only with the World Wide Web, but with many other frugal innovation by SMEs, but also in terms of productivity and competitiveness. So again, while we shouldn't be ever resting on our laurels, we are delighted to see a thriving economy directly deriving from our openness to the world, which is also potentially a weakness, since we're very prone to the systemic shocks that can be generated by externalities. The CCIG, the Chamber of Commerce, tries at its level to play a pivotal role in facilitating this openness. And truly, the international dimension is enshrined within our DNA in a very pragmatic way. And I like the no blah blah stance, because this is exactly how we operate: pragmatically, hands-on, on the ground. We issue, for instance, trade related document, exports document, including the certificate of origins under the auspices of SECO. Thank you again for our fruitful cooperation, Mrs. State Secretary, but also documents such as the ATA Carnet that have been fostered in a very pragmatic way, again, to suit the needs of our business community, and that were invented 60 years ago this time, so almost exactly on the year where ITC was born, at the Geneva Chamber of Commerce. So it tells a lot about how business support organizations can, at every level, regionally, nationally, and internationally with the ITC, support what you entrepreneurs are thriving on a daily basis. Our institutions are united by a shared commitment to supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, which make up, this was vividly recalled, the backbone of the Swiss economy on the side of large multinationals. And if Migros used to be a 5-truck shop around the corner, it has now grown to a large multinational. So the scale-up journey has been quite vibrant. But again, SMEs make up to 98% of companies in both Switzerland and Geneva. And it tells a lot about the diversity in terms of size, but also in terms of scope of activities of our economic players. And indeed, Geneva's economy and the Swiss one thrives on international trade, as many SMEs serve customers worldwide. While larger corporations may have the resources to navigate the complexity of global trade, SMEs often require simpler regulations, and this is also what we are advocating, and greater predictability, which is absolutely key to succeed. At the CCIG, we work both on the macro and the micro level to support our members. On the macro level, and you all appreciate that Switzerland being a very vibrant democracy whereby we vote almost every weekend or every 3 months at least, we advocate and have been doing so, the voice of the economy, to work precisely on these business framework conditions, which you've been mentioning, and advocating an open and inclusive trade policies, including a normalized relationship with our primary partner, the EU. And additionally, we support, of course, on the multilateral front, efforts to enhance the WTO, which is holding its public forum in Geneva these days, the WTO framework, as well as bilateral agreements, particularly those focusing on the SMEs. And if you allow me, I'd like to praise the efforts that are being conducted here in Switzerland. And this is a key leverage by SECO and the State Secretariat to precisely go down this avenue and multiplying free trade agreement. And we had a landmark victory with the trademark, with the free trade agreement. 16 years of negotiation, tough ones with India. Not only is this a victory, but it is also so because these new agreements include dedicated chapters or provisions for SMEs. That's what recent trade agreement, as well as for sustainability. So addressing the challenges of our time. More on the micro level, we provide practical export-oriented training that equips companies to engage in international trade. We host business matching events that connect Geneva-based companies with global partners. Our popular market-focused events offer valuable insights into the potential of various international markets, enabling businesses to expand their horizons. And as we help companies navigate global opportunities, we recognize fully the growing importance of shifting towards a more sustainable economy. We all appreciate this. Sustainability is absolutely key and stands at the forefront of what we achieve, because we need to walk the talk if we want to be credible and legitimate in our actions. But we also appreciate that balancing economic growth with environmental responsibility, while critical, is often a complex journey. It presents, though, a significant competitive advantage, in particular for a country such as Switzerland, where we can witness, almost from Bern on a clear day, the glaciers melting down. And therefore, by adopting sustainable practices, business can continue to generate long-term value while meeting the evolving demand of consumer with high purchasing power and fostering, as I said, long-term resilience. This is true for a mature economy like Switzerland, as well as developing economies, which must address, and I think we're all well aware of this, the double challenge of developing their economy while protecting the environment. Another key value at CCIG and that we share with ITC is the importance of public-private partnership. As a private organization, the CCIG maintains an independent voice, which allows us to engage critically with authorities when needed. However, we enjoy an excellent working relationship with local and national administrations. The Geneva Chamber acts as a bridge between the business community and the government. We convey the concerns and needs of companies to policymakers while also disseminating valuable information about available tools and regulations to our members. And sometimes our collaboration take a very practical approach. Last year, we were delighted to organize the 13th World Chambers Congress, which is one of the largest initiatives that we've ever run. And the success was only made possible because it was jointly fostered with our partners and all stakeholders, including, of course, the Swiss authorities and the ITC. And on that note, what we've tried to foster and what we need to keep in mind is the role that Switzerland and Geneva possibly can play as capital of global governance, which was truly the center stage of our Congress, because multilateralism is not only at stake, but it's at risk. And as our most valuable assets, it is also probably in this disruptive world, the scarcest one. So on this, we need to ensure, and this is what ITC is doing, what Switzerland is trying to achieve, that we maintain what has and still is the key recipe for success, i.e. building a level playing field thanks to multilateralism. And finally, I would like to highlight a practical benefit of our partnership with ITC. Thanks to our collaborations, all our 2,600 corporate members have access to invaluable statistical tools. This access not only benefits our members, but also supports our international research efforts. In today's world, research and knowledge is the key power. Knowing your market, understanding your customers is essential for success. And therefore, we are delighted to be able to leverage the state-of-the-art and really cutting-edge technological tools that have been crafted by ITC to the benefit of our members, and I would encourage you to do so. But again, no blah blah, and it was mentioned that time is of the essence. It's often said that Swiss have watches but lack time. So since I'm running out of time precisely, I will end up my talk in saying that within the shared values that we have, I think the most important one, which is reflected today, is the one of trust. And we often brand the region where I come from as the Trust Valley. It is not an empty word. It is what we are striving for. This is part of the ethos that we have, the mindset that we are fostering together. So again, thank you very much for having me on stage and possibly on time. I look forward to many more trade journeys together. And of course, bon anniversaire to ITC. Merci, schönen Tag noch.
Merci beaucoup to the Director General for your remarks, spanning everything from the importance of multilateralism to helping small businesses scale up, including through frugal innovation by small businesses. Before we head into the next session, we just want to tell our online viewers, if you can now please hop over to YouTube from Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. You can continue to follow the conversations. And we do appreciate you joining online. We have 260 people joining us. So we'll see you on YouTube there, on the ITC YouTube channel. Now we will move into our first panel. It's called Empower Small Businesses for Big Impact. For this, we would like to invite Ms. Gabriela Alvarez, co-founder of COCOA, Hacienda La Tentacion, and Plant Tea Reforestation, who will moderate this session, as well as the panelists who will join us. We invite you to the stage. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. So good to be here. ITC's has been associated with for several years, not all 60, a bit less, but I like to call it a second home. Had worked in several projects, and T4SD obviously feels like coming back home. So I'm very, very happy. I've collaborated for many years with ITC as a consultant, and then about 10 years ago, I jumped into entrepreneurship, which was very hard, very hard. So it is really great when I meet entrepreneurs with such high voltage and what we'll be listening to in the stories, some very encouraging stories, and also the support institutions that make it work. Like you said before, this is not just the entrepreneur, it's the enabling conditions. So I'm very, very, very pleased to be here and joined by Lucy Afari. She's CEO of Flexi Foods, an amazing entrepreneur with a great story. I think we'll enjoy very much to listen to what she has to say. Juan Pablo Muriel from Colombia, Cardianuts, founder of an amazing venture with a very interesting model, and we'll hear more about it. Looking forward to that. And then we also have Tantri Sojepto, and we had some very nice chats before. I'm waiting for the coffee she's bringing. We'll trade. I'll give her chocolate. So we're already friends, and you're friends with a lot of women, and you have supported a lot of women entrepreneurs. So we're looking forward to listening to that story. And Anil Bhardwaj, very nice to meet you also this morning. And amazing. I mean, when you talk scale, I'm from Argentina, work in Colombia, you talk India, and it's a different scale altogether. And such a big domestic market, but you're also involved in trade. So looking forward to see how do companies deal with all the regulations in a country that is pretty internally focused in many ways. So this will be fun. We'll try to keep, so you know, they were Swiss so far. Now they chose an Argentinian, a Latino to moderate this one. But we'll try. The thing is still not on. I think we have 30 minutes and Akshat, I'll do my best. We will do our best. Excellent. So let's get started. Lucy,
yes.
You've built quite a company that is successful, that is profitable, that does fantastic products, and that also has a great story and impact. Tell us about it. What were the challenges? How did you start? How did that all start? And what were the big challenges that you overcame? What made you powerful?
Yes. Thank you so much for this opportunity and greetings from Ghana. Yes, so I am Lucy. I'm the co-founder of Flexi Foods, and we are in the cocoa and cashew value chain. We are mainly into value addition, secondary value addition. And this journey started when we saw the gap in value addition of the cocoa that Ghana produces. We are all aware that majority of the cocoa beans that are produced in Ghana are meant for the export market. The gap for small businesses to add value to it was there, and we came in to fill the gap. Similar for cashew as well. Ghana is among the 10 leading producers of cashew globally, but the value addition is also minimal. So we fill the gap there as well. And we involve the youth and women in our processing activities. So this is our journey and how we started.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you very much. Looking forward to that topic
And
as well.
I mean, you asked about the challenges.
Yes.
MSMEs have several challenges globally. I mean, but with our own resources, we have been able to surmount some of these. Key challenge will include access to finance, of course. I mean, as you start small and you try to increase, there's a need for you to have the needed resources to expand. MSMEs are high risk, most lenders will say. So you realize that banks have high interest rates that impact MSMEs to go there. I mean, think about going for a loan of over 30%. So this is one key
So how did
challenge.
you solve it?
Yeah, so by our own private resources.
Mm-hmm.
I must also mention that our family supported us, to come up with this. And also, currently, the government of Ghana, through the Ghana Enterprise Agency, is also supporting small businesses, injecting some financing there to help us to grow our businesses. I'm a beneficiary of one of those grants, and we look forward to more of them.
Well, listen to that. So yes, like they say when they start, it's friends, fools, and families.
Yes,
The ones that
certainly.
help start a
Yes.
company. But you benefited also from the support of these frameworks. And this is, I think, very interesting. It's like I see entrepreneurs on very high voltage. It's like you see an entrepreneur, it's like 200 volts, 500 volts, lots of ideas, no problems. But sometimes there's no grid. There's no electricity grid
Definitely.
to communicate that energy,
Yes.
to support that.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting and very, very very, very interesting model. Juan Pablo, you also had some challenges, but you have a very interesting model. So you started a company in cashew nuts, in Vichada. So tell us more about it and your interesting model.
For sure. So first of all, thank you for having me here. And yes, just some previous context. Vichada is the second biggest region in Colombia. Colombia is divided in departments. Vichada is the second biggest. It's actually kind of bigger than Belgium in square kilometers, and it has no value chain established. Over 70% of the population lives in extreme poverty because there's nothing being produced there, which is crazy. And there are millions of productive hectares in this region. So the first time I got there, I realized this needs to change somehow. Productive land and poverty shouldn't live together. And we realized how to change this. And many things were tried before. Many different value chains have been tried to establish businesses in this area. Maize, corn, sugarcane, rubber. Nothing has worked because products couldn't make it competitive to the markets. Logistic-wise, it's a very uncommunicated region inside Colombia. So reaching the markets in a competitive way has always been a challenge. So we realized that cashew, being native from that area and being industrialized at the origin, could make it to the markets in a competitive way. So basically, when you industrialize and you add value to the cashew at the origin, you reduce weight by like around 75%, and then you increase price by a tenfold, basically. So then the cost structure of cashew can absorb high logistic prices. And then, therefore, we have been doing that. We have been creating a value chain, creating the economies of scale, creating competitiveness, and then bringing opportunities to this region of Colombia that once was thought to be barren, completely unproductive. And now the community, more than 4,000 families, have been working with cashew, and now they have a link to the market. Never before what was produced there had a market to reach. Now with a processing facility in the area, there is a market for cashew. So that's what we're doing right now.
That's huge, and that's fantastic. And that's an interesting, I think, takeaway as well for the development community. I know some representatives are here. Sometimes we look at the value chain like just the product, and how do we support the farmers, or how do we support that? But it takes a lot more than that to be competitive in the marketplace. If you do that and you don't build the road, then you just have a very nice product sitting there. Or what is the right product when you are far away? So that's a very interesting challenge. And you say you work with a lot of farmers and families.
Yeah.
Tantri, I was very fascinated. I looked in the web and it said Indonesia has increased the number of women in small business from 30% to 40%. And I say, this is great, congratulations. And you come back like, oh, you're outdated. So tell us about it.
Okay. Out of 280 million people in Indonesia, almost 70 millions are in the small medium enterprise. 37 millions are women-led business. So imagine, and 60% of them are for culinary, and the rest is for home decor, fashion, and services. So imagine in operating in the time that sustainability is the issue everywhere. It's becoming a sexy topic nowadays. So it's a challenge for our women-led business or our SME because of the raw material, and also it will impact the cost of goods. So we always try to talk to them, walk them through, and we collaborate and partner with Climate Reality Project Indonesia to walk through the women on how to run their business and what their business could affect the climate if they are not aware of the issue. So with the culinary, imagine the packaging, plastics, styrofoams. So we try to educate them to go back to our ancestors or our traditional way to present the food by putting a banana leaf for a wrap. or using the bamboo's baskets to go to the market instead of the cheap plastic, and then you just waste it. So also for our handicraft, it's a wooden is an issue. So we also educate them to work closely with Forestry Stewardship Council. So they also have to aware what is the consequences. So again, the challenge is the price of the goods will be high. So I always educate, I always share with our communities that if you want to go high, then you have to prepare for the good quality of product. So not only necessary you have to do export, but you have to have a quality of export products if you want to enter the big cities. Then the export will be another way of looking to expand their business.
Very interesting indeed. And Indonesia is also a major country with a lot of population. I imagine also internal market is predominant, and it's different to export than to be in the internal market. And Anil was telling us about that during coffee. It's a big market. A lot of SMEs are internally focused. You work on the trade and trade regulation. How does that work for Indian SMEs?
Thank you, first of all, for this opportunity. Let me first give you a context, where from we are coming. See, India has approximately 64 million micro, small, and medium enterprises.
Much as we have population, you have in businesses.
70% of them are in services and 30% in manufacturing sector. Altogether, we account for almost 3 to 5% of carbon emissions. And but from industrial production point of view, our contribution to carbon emission would be in the range of around 15%. And when it comes to regulations, we have to see that there are 5 levers for decarbonization, as we see. For example, energy efficiency, alternate fuel, greening of the grid source of electricity, circulatory economy, and green technology. So regulations actually operates on all these 5 levers to create the push effect as well as the pull effect. Because India has committed for net zero emissions in 70 years. Sometimes people might say that 70 years is too long a period of time, but let's not forget that 75% of India is to be developed in the next 30 years. There are 500 cities that are currently under development, and we have been growing for more than between 6 to 8% for the last 30 years, and that has created enough surpluses to create a new set of cities altogether. So a lot of construction and development is going to happen in the next 30 years. That's why. But in the short term also, Government of India has put very you can say ambitious targets, like by 2030, within 6 years. So we would be reducing our carbon intensity by 45%. We would be adding non-fossil fuel energy of 500 gigawatt in 5 years, 50% energy from renewable energy sources, and so on. And that, because in order to get that, so these regulations are put in place to, as I said, both create the push effect, where many regulations would be proscribing use of certain fuel in certain months because of the pollution and other things. Or they would be prescribing use of certain fuels or use of electricity and encouraging people to adoption of greener energy sources. So it is acting both ways, both for creating the push and pull effect. But at the same time, it creates difficulties for MSMEs.
That's my question, How do SMEs deal in that?
Let me just give you one or two examples so that you can appreciate how the regulations can sometimes affect very differently on MSMEs. So Government of India and Indian courts would say that you cannot use certain type of fuels, say fossil fuels, in industry for using generators or for other things. But at the same time, then you have to have access to alternate fuels in the form of, say, LNG pipelines. But in many areas, if LNG pipelines are not there, then you are caught in a bind, So you can't use a specific fuel, but at the same time, you don't have the infrastructure ready yet in many areas. So it puts certain segments of MSMEs at a disadvantage. So I think regulations are affecting this way internally. Externally, and a lot of environmental regulations are coming. For example, we already know about CBAM, for example, coming from European Union. And in principle, we have issue with these environmental laws because they could trigger a volley of environmental regulations around the world and create market access difficulties for MSMEs. And while these are being erected, the intermediaries, or you can say the support that is needed for MSMEs to comply those standards is not there, is not present at the moment. So there is a lag of few years between when the institutions will come, when the support system will come, and by the time before the environmental regulations might have already set in.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's one major
So there's a
challenge.
bit of time, but there's a lot of SMEs
Yes.
looking for support. How about in Indonesia? You have worked now with SMEs and female-led SMEs for quite a while. What did you find were the most useful strategies or elements that helped you bridge those gaps between what is needed and where SMEs are today?
I think with over 17,000 islands spreading, the communication is not really equal. So we are trying our best. Luckily, with the COVID, that we are now doing the online education so that we can reaching out more people during those periods. And it's not easy for them, but we just trying again to go back to walk them through the implication of their business. Surprisingly, those people who's living on the outskirts, Java or the small islands, they do understand the impact because that's how their day-to-day live. They're living they're really protecting their communities. If they said that they want to go to the market to shop, mean that they're going to the forest because that's how they grow their vegetables and they're where they hunt for the reindeers. So for them to protect the environment and to protect their natural resources, it's amazing.
It's part of
It's a part of their culture. So we are the one from living in the city have to learn from them how to preserve those for the next generation to come.
Excellent. And you deal with a lot of companies. You deal with one, Lucy, but that's quite a bit already.
Yes.
And you have done some amazing things also on this respect and on women empowerment.
Yes.
And so how do you communicate that power, those voltage to other women in your experience?
Yeah, so in my experience, women empowerment is very key. And involving women in our production activities has been very helpful. Women are hardworking in Ghana. They support the family. And an economically empowered woman supports the family a lot, promotes the education of the children, the healthcare and all that. I have been involved in employing women. 60% of my employees are women. And, I spoke to one lady who works with me to roast our cashews. And I told her that I'm going to bring a machine, a solar-powered roaster that will make us more efficient. In explaining sustainability to her, she thought that she was going to lose her job. I told her that by implementing this sustainable production activity, we are rather saving the climate. We are saving the environment. And she says, I'm going to lose my job if a machine comes here. I said, no, you will be trained, you will be empowered to use this equipment, which is solar powered. By the way, our factory is powered by solar. Peak production, we use 60% of solar energy. Off-peak is powered by 100% solar. And I'll say that through this sustainability effort, we are able to, do more with the little that we have. So empowering the women to take initiative to work and, getting income that sustains the family is what we achieve through involvement and empowerment of women in our production activities. Yeah.
That's amazing. You do have the power, I guess.
Yes,
Solar power as well.
Yes.
But the empowerment and the connection with the family, with the women and with the families, and that has been, from what I hear, Juan, a big driver for you. The empowerment, the working with with the families. And like you said, which I love that sentence, there's a video, if someone wants to watch it, I really enjoyed it, from Cardinats and the story. But there's one sentence there shouldn't be, I'm saying it wrong probably, poverty where there's resources in.
Yeah, where there's productive land.
When there's productive land. And I thought that was amazing, but this was not the first thing you tried. I mean, that's a motto, and that's what drives you. How was the path?
Yeah, actually, this is a funny story because I was born and raised in Bogota, capital city. I had like privilege to have good education. And then the first time I went to this part of the country, most Colombians haven't been there. And then there was a public policy back in 2006 where government was giving subsidies for people planting trees. And then in this part of the country, there was super cheap land because nobody was going there. So a lot of forestry projects started to establish there just to plant trees, but they didn't know what they were going to do with the wood. So they were producing and planting a lot of trees to produce timber, but they didn't know what they were going to do. So the first thing I asked is like, okay, what's the timber for? And they said, like, we don't know. The subsidies are just way too good. But these trees will take like 12 years to grow. And then in the meantime, we will figure it out. And I said, like, okay. So I started working there, trying to figure out what to do with the timber. And finally, we came to a solution, partial solution. But then, therefore, like it was a great learning, right? Like how public policy can be well intended, sometimes poorly implemented, and that's how I realized, that's how I came to know this region. That's how I realized the challenges, and then how like market needs to be there, you know, and that's how Cashew became important. That's how we started, and that's how like first learning and first approach.
Expensive learning.
Exactly.
But very useful. It's like the whole chain is connected, and whatever power, whatever intentions you have, all the right intentions, family and connection, and the investment, and there's promotion of timber. But if there's not the value chain, if it's not the complete solution, and this happens quite a bit in some of these very well-intended projects, and then I think it's very interesting how you recreated that, keeping your north,
Exactly.
which was the impact, into something that was feasible in those conditions,
Exactly.
and making it true that productive land should not go along with poverty. And that is, when we're talking about this voltage and this very high empowered entrepreneurs, you really need to believe what you're going after. But some things are bigger than that. So what are some of the things, what is that electric grid for our voltage needs to be? What would you say are areas that the rest of the conference today will be talking about, the other stakeholders, other things? So what is bigger than that? Yes. What are the things and the challenges where you would welcome empowerment from other sectors, from other areas? Maybe we start with you, Lucy.
Yes, I would say that empowerment has begun and it's in process. I would like to thank the ITC through the NTF5 project. I am also part of that project that has empowered most MSMEs in the cocoa industry. They build our capacity, readiness for accessing financing, access to market, both locally and also internationally. The Ghana Export Promotion Authority is also empowering women, women-led businesses, and creating the channels for us to get our business out there. I think that one more thing that we need to do is to drive the policy of value addition at the base. My brother here spoke about it. I mean, imagine building these businesses locally, where the raw materials are produced, and adding value to it. It reduces the time it takes to transport all these raw materials to Asia, to Europe, to Americas. They process it and ship it back or ship it to other parts of the world. But once it's produced there, the journey is shortened, carbon footprints are reduced, and we are producing in a sustainable manner. I'll tell you that this chocolate bar here was produced by my company. And imagine us adding value to Ghana's cocoa right there in Ghana and bringing it to you, the Swiss, to eat. I'll also say that another opportunity to empower small businesses is to partner with businesses here. The Chamber of Commerce is here. You are welcome to partner with small businesses in Africa, in Ghana, to add more value to the cocoa there. I spoke with the choir executive who was present here about the initiative that was put in place, to improve the livelihood of cocoa farmers in Ghana. And choir initiative is one of them. We have already started talking about trying some of the products from the cocoa pulp, for us to use in our chocolate production. So I believe that empowerment also means that we should look at the policy that drives value addition at the source. Also, I'll also say that we invite development partners to partner with our government agencies, to partner with local businesses, small businesses, to drive empowerment. Already there has been some work by ITC, there has been work by SECO. I'm involved in the Ghana Private Sector Competitiveness Program that SECO is supporting as well to drive value addition in cashew processing. All these are initiatives and interventions to empower small businesses, and I will urge, further involvement. Locally also, obtaining sustainably produced raw materials is quite expensive. Our lady from Colombia spoke about it, the cost of, sustainability. I will say that the Ghana Cocoa Board has started working with small processing companies to get access to beans. And I hope that very soon that initiative will be implemented and we'll have access to sustainably produced cocoa beans for us to process locally and consume locally and also share with the rest of the world. Yes.
Excellent. And I think it is some value chains have been configured for raw materials. So what happens when we are intending to add more value at origin? And no one is intending to stop you, but every system, regulation, process is set up for what has been traditionally.
Yes.
So changing that, evolving that takes quite some work.
Yes.
And there's also welcome some of the work, UNCTAD, some of the other people here.
Yes.
What are some of the things that we can do to support those changes of systems or evolution of systems to go beyond that? But you also talked about the role of buyers.
Yes.
And value chains and integrated value chains where we're not just selling the commodity and you go figure out.
Yeah.
I know Uli is here from hello Uli. So you have a value chain right here. How has that worked? What is the role of the buyer and that connection?
Yeah, so like in Cardinals, we had the fortune to meet PACA, a Swiss company, not trading and not product company, not just as a buyer. They're our main investor, and I think the most important thing and the things that this kind of projects need the most are people willing to take this high risk, like seed capital for this kind of transformative projects that are like game changers for countries like Colombia. And that's not easy to find. And we were very fortunate to find PACA. And they were saying like, okay, we're taking the risk. We like what you're doing. We believe in the transformation project. And then as well, we're providing you guys market access. So we are willing to buy the nuts at fair prices. And also like, it's been amazing because they not only want to buy our nuts, but also they want to connect us to other buyers. So they're not selfish at all. They want this kind of projects to work, and also providing technical knowledge. Like PACA has projects, nut projects all around the world, and then have transferred this knowledge so we can apply them and like go through the learning curve in an easier way. So that's been amazing of having like this kind of connection to Switzerland and Europe.
Amazing. How about you from the support institutions? Are they bigger than DAI?
For Indonesia, for example, one of our members this young woman are so concerned about the burning forests in South Sumatra that would affect Singapore, Malaysia, and other neighborhood countries. However, so she came up with an idea that she tried to find out what's happening. So she found the communities that grow the areca leaves to get the betel nuts fruits. So what happened to all the leaves that after the harvest, it's just being thrown away, or easily they just burn it. So what she did is to set up a co-op with all these farmers, and she bought the leftover, the leaves, the dried leaves, and then produce it into a pulp. And she worked, we walked her through for the businesses, and she got access to the market through ITC exhibition in Ambiente, which is very difficult to get. And then she now talked with IKEA.
Oh,
With that areca pulp, it can create a particle board, and also the hot pot, how you call that, pad that every homes has it via IKEA. So it's just a supply chain, it worked. And now the challenge is access to financing. Of course, when you're getting bigger, you get an order. So that we are in the process of doing the progress on that.
that's
business.
amazing. And it's integrated, like you say, it's market, but then it's also finance,
Yeah.
and then it will also
Yeah.
be infrastructure.
Yeah.
Anil, bigger than thy.
Well, I mean, issue is very big. So, and institutions like Federation of Indian Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises and Support Institution, it is to see that how these two gaps are addressed, gaps in the knowledge and understanding of at the enterprise level, and also in filling the gaps at the ecosystem outside. Inside the unit, we feel that there are 2-3 very specific issues that need to be addressed. One is that what to do as an enterprise. That's the first question: what to do, and that could spell out in specifics like how much carbon footprint I'm generating, specific numbers in which particular area, how much from the motor, how much from the boiler, how much. Then how to do it if I want to address then, in terms of use of technology, and then with what to do, what kind of advisors would I need in order to get it assessed, and if the report is produced, whether the report would be accepted by my buyer. So the agency has to be where that would have a mutual recognition agreement from the originating country as well as in the country that which you might be targeting your goods. Externally, the role is even bigger, because then there would be several such gaps exist in the moment, especially in developing countries. Like labs might not be there, the MRAs might not be there, the carbon credit exchange might not be existing, and so on and so forth. So that is the task of institutions like us, that on one hand we keep pushing the governments to come up with right kind of regulation and institutions, and at the enterprises level we empower these enterprises to equip themselves so that they can participate more in the trade more sustainably.
Excellent. So it's powerful and empowerment, and it's voltage and electric grid. So what's in it for you? We open to the questions. What would you like to know? I could stay here forever, but Akshata is there. It's like, yeah, we are working on that time. So we do have some time for questions. What would you like to know? Or I don't know if they can do the audience from abroad or not, or yes? Yes. Fast microphones? Yes. Yep. What are you dying to know? Yes. Very good. Vanessa.
Thank you very much, Vanessa Erokbogbo from the International Trade Center. Very interesting panel. I listened with a lot of attention. I had a question for Juan Pablo. I was curious to know and learn a bit more about how you went about the investment, because what you did must have taken quite a lot of investment, maybe partnership. So I was curious to learn a bit more about that angle.
Yeah, thank you for that question, because finding investment seed capital for this kind of projects is extremely hard. So I must say that we had a bit of luck as well, because companies like PACA, as I mentioned, are not common. And since there, we have been trying to find more investment. We have reached impact funds, traditional funds, family offices, all kind of different sectors. And it's very tough because most of the seed capital, it's going through tech companies. So everyone wants a proven business model that can be proved really quick. And in agriculture, for example, in cashew, proving the business model can take 5 years. You can't make the cashews produce faster than that. It's just nature. It's how it works. It's not a technical product that you can just launch, see if it works, and then so that has been one of the biggest challenge. We have found a lot of allies in the process, such as foundations that have believed in this kind of projects. We have been receiving a couple of grants, such as P4G, for example, but it's a constant struggle. It's very capital intensive at the beginning. So that's why every time I say, like, the finance world, the capital world, the impact investment needs to take more risk in this kind of game-changing ventures, such as Cardionuts, because there are many looking for this kind of push. But it's I think there is a breach in the market, in the financial market for this kind of project.
I'm going to jump in and compliment that. I'm not supposed to, I guess, as Borrero, but I'm also an entrepreneur, and we have been looking. If anyone is in the cocoa world, the price has jumped 3 times. Working capital is a nightmare, so maybe Lucy can hear what I say. So the access to capital was fast and now and big. We had been working with the Common Fund for Commodities, and they have been very supportive, and we were with them before, and there are institutions, and now in this very accelerated need, we have found, so if there's any entrepreneurs in the room, we have been working on projects also with the chocolate side of Cardionuts, Echiori, and the Swiss platform and SECO on projects that prove concepts. And sometimes the Swiss chocolate platform, it has been helping us prove concepts that then become financeable. Same with IDH, and we have joint projects in both, and we work together. And then we have also worked with USAID and with some others. And there's one very interesting one, which is a crowdfunding for sustainable investments run out of Portugal. And it has been very interesting where they're trying to match the small investors with sustainable investments and a lot of financial education. So new things are coming. If there are any entrepreneurs in the room, and this is one of your big headaches, which is for us as well, happy to talk afterwards about it. Some very, very interesting things. More questions? Yes, you have the.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Santiago. I'm from UNCTAD. I learned a lot from this panel. It's really very nice to hear these stories from SMEs from all over the world. I work a lot on international trade, and today there's a lot of sort of regulations, unilateral measures, things that are happening in terms of how trade is being managed. And I would like to know a bit more if it does impact SMEs in the way they do their business model. I think you mentioned one, the representative from India, he mentioned CBAM and how it can affect some of their sort of ideas. But I was kind of thinking, today we see a lot in terms of EU deforestation regulation, which affects a lot of your sort of crops, and you also have the issues regarding due diligence, which is words that are very common in our international world. Does it trickle down to the sort of SMEs in terms of your trade opportunities, export markets? And because, of course, we talk a lot about finance, and I think that's the key sort of that came together. But I have been working 25 years on trade. Trade can be also a source of finance as you open markets. So I'm very concerned about your finance questions because I'm not a bank, but I would like to find other policy instruments that could come and help your SMEs in your countries. So my question is regarding this kind of new regulations that comes from the sort
how much does it trickle down, or
does it trickle
connect?
down, and how does it match? In particular, I think the example of India is very interesting.
Very pertinent question. As a matter of fact, Government of India recently, even because of the demand of industry, has reacted and taken some very interesting steps. One, for example, is that we have around 400 industrial clusters in India. So using the Pareto principle, they picked the 100 which account for almost 80% of our exports, and come out with the policy that they would be doing energy efficiency mapping of 100 clusters. So it's like, carbon footprint, how much is being leaked, where, which part of process, and so on and so forth. It would be all government funded. And then they have come out with also a financing policy. When you discuss finance, not just the trade finance part, trade finance is easy. The difficult part is for financing the machines for upgradation, because then banks would be requiring the collateral security and issues like that. So Government of India has come out with a policy of providing collateral-free loan for these technological upgradations up to $11 million, which is relatively okay size. So I think then Ministry of MSME also has come out with two more policies. One is for if you are adopting green technology, then they would be providing capital subsidy for that. Then there is another scheme for circulatory economy. Like, if you start using the waste that you produce to put to use, then again, there is funds available for that. I think it's a combination of these factors. And if institutional mechanisms are put in place, many of the disadvantages that MSMEs feel because of this volley of new environmental regulations that are coming up, they would be able to perhaps take them on.
Lucy, you wanted to answer that.
Yeah, to add to it, the EUDR is going to be in effect from, I'll say, December or January next year. And this impacts SMEs in Ghana as well. If you are targeting the European market for your exports, that means you need to comply with these regulations. And complying also means investing in sustainable production. So there is cost involved in compliance as well. And for these businesses, it is very important for us to follow these regulations. I would say that Ghana Cocoa Board and the other state agencies, with support from ITC, has been helping these businesses to implement this EUDR policy. There is traceability that is going on, traceability of farms, ensuring that we are producing sustainably. The Sankofa project, for instance, is one that is helping with the afforestation project, including other crops, intercropping and all that, and also improving the afforestation. So I'll say that this also impacts SMEs, because even obtaining sustainably produced raw materials is also an issue for us, so that we'll be able to meet these EUDR regulations and also to be able to meet the international market demand. So there are various kinds of, I'll say, I don't call them challenges, but barriers we just have to cross to be able to meet this demand from the international market as well. But I mean, a lot has gone on and is still going on now to be able to comply, Ghana to be able to comply with these EUDRs to meet the levels that are expected. Thank you.
Excellent. Juliana, you have your hand up, I know her.
Well, yeah, now my question is, related with UDR. So it's how you are facing the implementation of UDR with your SMEs, as this is the main topic and trendy topic right now. So what exactly you are doing? We have been like in this moment, like very like full of actors providing technologies and ideas and blockchain and everything. And there is a lot of satellite platforms and everything and polygons, But how you can face that in a full crowd of actors, and what is the right one and which one? So I think this is challenging, because it's right now is something in between. So how are you facing that?
Yeah. So Mathieu open your ears because we're going to hear from Tantra.
Okay, maybe this is a side of cocoa, but we are experiencing in coffee in Indonesia. Yes, to enter the European market, you have to comply with EUDR. So we work closely with our buyers based in Bordeaux, if they would like to have that, because it costs of certification of rainforest alliances, it's tremendous. So we have to compensate with the pricing in that. So that we work closely with them to address that issue. So the buyers is also understand that this is a sustainable coffee conservation. So they compensate to the price as well. Though it's not easy, so it's becoming so segmented, but it's a high-end market niche market.
So you're going integrated with the certification, with the Rainforest Alliance. Is that your experience as well? How are you dealing with EUDR?
In our
if
case,
you are.
yeah, in our case, in cacao and also with nuts, we have traceability systems implemented before with software such as Smart Farm by Cropping and stuff like that. So luckily, it hasn't been new to us. We're not implementing from scratch when the regulation was launched. But I do have to say that now in developing countries, we need to comply with a lot of things that are sometimes like big barriers for SMEs, such as coming to the European market. You need to be organic mostly. So being organic, the price productivities for small farmers are not the best when they become organic. Price at the markets are not compensating the lack of productivity on the field. And then regulation in Latin America, we have a cadmium regulation for the European Union, which is also leaving out of the market a lot of producers. And we know cadmium is not good, but other foods have cadmium as well, and they don't have such strong regulations. It's something I have to say as well. And so it's becoming harder and harder. Certifications are becoming tougher, more expensive, sometimes are not cost effective for farmers associations. An organic certification is way too expensive for small farmer associations, and then the more regulations companies like us have to implement. So it's driving the cost up, and then commodity costs have been also rising. So we have been becoming uncompetitive slowly. And I'm also answering a little bit of your question with regulations, official ones, but also like market demands such as certifications, which are kind of like market regulations as well.
If your client wants it, it's mandatory.
Yeah, exactly.
Other questions? You gentlemen, the blue shirt, yes. Sorry, the other blue shirt. We'll get back. Yeah, he had also had your arm up. You didn't.
Good morning. Good morning. My question is to Mr. Anil, sir.
Could you just say who you are?
My name is Chinmay Salai. I'm from WTI. My question is to Mr. Anil, sir. Considering that if the MSMEs in India have to comply with the EUDR in order to sell to the European countries, do you say that it would actually be more profitable or economically viable for MSMEs in India to rather sell domestically?
Would you please repeat?
Considering that MSMEs in India would have to comply with the EUDR if they wish to sell, supply.
Okay. In the short term, yes. I mean, till the time they have put into place the systems that are required for certification, traceability, etc., that would be there. But I think catering to European markets might also be exposing them to better standards, and they would be able to charge premium not only from the export market but also domestically. So I think it should work both ways, and it should be win-win if they decide to do so.
Excellent. You had a question as well. You had a blue shirt. It's a popular color. Could you say who you are? You represent.
Hello, my name is Ken. I'm the Minister of Commerce from National Unity Government of Myanmar. Actually, we are the government, that was overthrown by the military regime and tried the military coup. Also, now we are in the conflict-affected situation. And so in my ministry, I have established SME Development Center. And in this center, I have developed one program for women economic empowerment program that empower women-led SME in conflict-affected areas. But we have got two challenges. The first one is related to build resilient skills for women in conflict-affected situation to lead, the SME. And the second one is access to global trade. Even though we have control half of the country, women in conflict-affected areas couldn't get access to global trade flow through the cross-border trade. So this is a big barrier for exporting some of the products in the conflict-affected areas. So have you got any recommendations to overcome these barriers? Thank you very much.
Tantri, your advice is needed.
Okay, we actually already start our conversation before we join here. Yes, I think we are not in the conflict area, Indonesia, but also, but we do have some barrier in terms of cultural as well, especially when you access to financing. Normally the bank would ask for collateral. Normally the collateral are under the name of the husband or the brothers. So that basically the barrier of access to for women. But again, we don't stop there, but we can also communicate with the banks, and then we develop, because they have a customer base that we can work on. And then they do have a CSR fund normally. So we ask them to train the women on the respective areas, on not only providing the training, but also access to the market. That is more important, is the market. First, it started with the domestic. Then while the business is getting bigger, and we started to assist them in terms of expanding the market to do export. And then with the support of the bank as well, they don't lend the money yet, but we just use their funding for capacity buildings. So basically, it's one of the way to get access to that woman is the market.
Yeah. Do you want to add quickly?
Yes.
Because
to add to it also, you can do e-commerce. One means of putting your product out there globally is to put it online. So if you develop your e-commerce system whereby these products are put online, people all over the world can access these products. And that will lead to the growth of the businesses of these women as well.
Excellent, yeah. We have time for one last fantastic question from Mathieu. Amazing question.
Maybe just a quick reflection, because many of you discussed about EUDR, SME implications, and practical ways to make it work for SMEs as well. The question is, SMEs are struggling to access finance, they are struggling to access technology, and still we ask more and more and more to them. We ask them full traceability of their products, geolocation, polygons, proof of legality, before they can even put the product on a container. So how practically can this work? We heard from numerous discussions at ITC that, for instance, working with the buyers is a key aspect. Can the farmers talk to the big international buyers? Not directly. How can we facilitate that? And in the ecosystem of value chains, where you have all these private sector companies talking to each other, one to the next tier, to the next tier, to the final buyer, how can an organization like ITC help? That's my question to all of you. How can ITC, as a UN agency, support this ecosystem to facilitate communication between smallholders and international buyers? On ITC side, we are committed to help. We have published handbooks. We have published best practice guidance on traceability and technology solutions, interoperability. But what else can we do? We are all here. So please let us know how we can support this work to make it work, and so that the SMEs and the small holders are not again paying the huge bill for these new regulations. Thank you.
Excellent. And I'm going to make it broader, so we make it the last round and say, what can you ask from ITC? What can you ask or you want to ask from buyers? They're going to be talking the rest of the day. So what do you want to ask and have them tell us during the next few panels? And what should ITC, what should or could SECO, what could buyers, what could the rest of this big system do to empower, and particularly with the EUDR? So you want to start?
I think not only just this one environmental regulation, but these regulation or such regulations will keep coming. You're rightly, I mean, there would be one after another. So the answer lies in two things. One is that you need to have a scale if you are entering into global market. And that is very, very important thing to do. International trade is not an arena for micro enterprises, not even for small enterprises, to be honest. Increasingly, it would be requiring a certain scale if you want to operate in that area. Now, there are two things. One is that either you vertically grow individually as a company, or ITC earlier used to have a model called export development companies. So come together, form an international face of your organization, like 5, 6 companies, 10 companies, 20 companies come together and form an international arm that has the intelligence, knowledge, expertise to deal with the vagaries of international trade. Secondly is cooperative. But cooperatives, of course, different countries have different experiences. My recommendation would be export development companies, private sector led, 10, 15, 20 companies coming together. I think ITC can play a very important role in developing such models, in thrashing out the details, what such a company would look like, how to register it, what should be the rights, how the orders will be placed, and so on and so forth. But that's an area that we should really look very seriously. We should get away from this idea of a very fantastic idea that every micro, small, and enterprise using e-commerce would start getting market access. It's not going to happen like that. There are border controls. There would be increasingly greater market border controls, whether goods are coming through e-commerce route or whether it is coming from the sea route. At the border, products will be subjected to standards, and micro enterprises alone would not be able to do. Secondly, very important part that ITC can do, I feel, is in developing models for, say, the carbon credit markets, exchange of carbon credits market, how to put that, a lot of knowledge is required, how to put in place such a marketplace in a country, and how to also develop cross certification or mutual recognition agreements, as they are called, that you have testing labs in one country and testing lab in the market of your buyer, and both have the mutual recognition agreements. I think these are important areas where ITC can be of very, very great help.
Excellent.
Okay. One of the ITC mission is to work with women. So they have about 18 countries as a she trade hubs for a woman-led business. Fortunately, I'm also being the focal point for the She Trade Indonesian Hub. What business itself, it takes some time to grow. Trading or export, it takes time. So it's not instantly you go export. Yes, we do encourage our women to promote their product through technology, through internet, through marketplace. However, by socializing what she trades can do to support this woman, it will take, we have to work very hard for that. And also, it's not, it's access to knowledge, training, though mostly all in English. And it's not everybody speak English in Indonesia. But we do, She Trades helps creating and establish an e-catalog for those who would like to enter the EU market, so the do's and the don't and what to do. So there's a step-by-step that they do, so which is help very much for those are in the home decor, footwear, also in the fashion. And also She Trades giving the opportunities to open up the market through joining an exhibition, international trading exhibition, which this woman normally will not be able to do it themselves because it's expensive and all of this. And so She Trades is facilitating this, which not everybody will go into export. but then again, very small, but it's a good quality that get ready to enter the market, which I mentioned earlier that they're already in the talking with IKEA. So two of the Indonesian women-led business are now talking to IKEA. Thank you to SheTrades for that. And they also was discussing this morning that SheTrades also providing the working closely with WIPO in terms of the agreement, international MOU. We don't want to be trapped in something that we don't know, because the agreement will be this stakes of buyers and seller. So this is the opportunity for us to know a bit of what MOU. Normally we don't read because it's too thick. So hopefully that WIPO can help through SheTrades. Other things also financing. Once they know that we are working with the buyers, they are supporting us in terms of not funding yet, but also assist them in terms of flying to meeting the headquarters in Sweden. So they are also assisting in terms of a business term. So so far that's what I can share. Hopefully that the SheTrades hub will in every countries in the developed countries.
Juan Pablo, what is the power grid, in particular to UDR, maybe general as well, but what in particular to UDR you see?
Well, I'll be very short, and I think it's basically capacity building to make it more equitable. You know, like the regulation, it's here. European companies need to comply, of course. Suppliers, operators in producing countries need to comply as well. But regulation sometimes is not placed there, or if it's placed, is not well implemented or controlled. So I think working together with capacity building, investing in this capacity building at the origin countries, it's probably the best help we can get, so we don't carry as producers all the responsibility with the consequence of might not entering the market, right?
Yeah, in addition to that, I believe that ITC can also support in creating market accessibility talks with these European markets, those who import our products. I believe that our farmers are putting in a lot of effort to produce these cocoa and cashews and other products, coffee and all that. I expect that the consumers of our produce should also invest their time and resources to make this work by also, creating that avenue for us to talk. We should come together to implement this. I also advise that in talking, we should advise on incremental implementation of these policies. Coming in at once at a bank and say that if you don't comply, you don't sell, is quite harsh. So I believe that this regulation could be broken down for incremental implementation over a period of time, so that companies that are geared towards export will be able to meet these regulations eventually to meet the demands. Yeah.
Excellent. So sorry we're focusing on cocoa, but I'm also going to jump in a bit. It's good that we talk also about coffee, but one of the things that we are seeing as well, and two people are sitting here, the Swiss platform for chocolate connects buyers and sellers. And I think this integrated, because one thing that we're facing sometimes as exporters, if we export to there's three systems, there's three models. So that connection and an integrated value chain, and on that also Jack here from Chocoa, and I don't know what's your Equipoise is the other hat, but there are institutions where they bring in buyers' private sector. And this, I think, is really important and facilitating the connection. So it's not just to suppliers and not just regulations on the other side, but it's easing the whole system. And in Colombia, at least, we've also had a very active participation from the EU delegation, and that has been very helpful in translating legality. So I think, like we said, it takes a village, and this might be, now we are on time, more or less, and that might be, I think, when you started listing all the things that an entrepreneur needs to do, how did you feel that? You need to get the quality, you need to get the people fired up, you need to get the money, you need to get the buyer, and now you need to get the regulation, and you are still going. So I think that the empowerment and the powerful and maybe some craziness helps entrepreneurs achieve and move forward and make the amazing impact that you are having. And it takes those support institutions, the empowerment, those power grids, that is what connects this world. And I think what is very interesting here, and we hope this has helped set the stage, is what will be the next sessions. The next sessions will be a bit about the rest of the system. The energy is here and the support is here. And now we need to hear about the rest of the ecosystem. So I've enjoyed very much. Thank you so much, Lucy and Juan Pablo and Anil and Tantri for this. Look forward to the rest of the day, and please give a round of applause to these amazing people.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much for that energy and the support, as you said, Gabriela, and for the great ideas that were spoken by our entrepreneurs. We now will move to our spotlight session on innovative approaches to create transformational change along sustainable textile value chains. For that, we'll first hear from our colleague, Matthias Knappe. I think he's in the room. Voila. Okay, wonderful. Welcome to the stage. Matthias is the head of fibers, textile, and clothing at ITC. And after Matthias, we'll also hear from our other colleague, Duc Dang, who is an associate market analyst for our very own Trade for Sustainable Development program. But first, Matthias.
Hello, everybody. So let's talk about manufacturing a little bit. Can this go to the next thing? Not even this one. Okay, I only do slides, so don't worry. So we talk about a little bit what we've done together under a program which is called GTEX, Global Textiles and Clothing Program, which operates in the MENA region in Central Asia in the past, Sri Lanka. We also adapted to Sub-Saharan Africa, financed by SECO, but also from Sweden, SIDA, where we build capacity of entrepreneurs, of companies. And I say companies because we are not only working with small and medium-sized companies. Of course, this is our core. But we also work with larger companies, which we call champion companies, because they pull all the others with them. And they are very important mentors for the small companies. We also work with designers, because circularity, and that's an important subject of what we're addressing, starts at the design process. And we work what we call green entrepreneurs, startups, technology providers that have solutions for the textiles and clothing industry. What we do with companies, well, we train and coach them all along the value chain. And you see here the smiley curve representing the apparel value chain. On the bottom, you have manufacturing, production. On the left, for you, the left is there, and pre-production, and on the right, post-production. So what we do with companies, we of course start at the production level. We work with them to increase productivity, to look into quality, to look into processes and lean manufacturing, so that they produce better and more cost efficient. We have had productivity increases of 40% for companies. We have reduced the rejection of products. It's all very important, all very necessary, but it's not sufficient, because what you do here is reduce the costs. Fine, it's a competitiveness aspect, but it does not create additional value. And sometimes the prices go down because your buyer knows that you have reduced the costs. So we also work with companies on the pre-production level. What we're doing is, we help them to move from a simple sewing operation towards a company that manages fabrics, buying fabrics, materials, yarns, and even sometimes producing them. We help companies to move into their own products, product development, design development. So we work with Jordanian companies that now have their own products and sell to the Gulf states. This overall led to lead time reductions, only looking at the pre-production stage, of up to 34% of some of the companies we work with. All this creates value then to move to the right-hand side of the value chain, to be linked to international buyers. We help them on logistics, We help them to digitize. So about 115 companies are now e-commerce ready, B2B mainly, but also B2C. During the pandemic, especially, this created links to clients, contracts that they signed, and overall, the companies, the 200 plus companies that we work with, they increased exports by about $101 million US, comparing what they exported in 23 with 2018. And what the State Secretariat said this morning, this is not the actual objective. The objective is to create jobs, decent jobs, and these companies created more than 4,600 jobs during this period. We're talking about sustainability. Of course, we are looking into environmental and social sustainability. With these companies on sustainability and environmental sustainability, we work with them on energy consumption, to reducing it. You see here the figures of more than 6,000 megawatts reduced per annum collectively. Water reduction, water consumption reduced by 78,000 cubic meters, all the companies together. CO2 reductions, 11,000 tons per annum. But this is not because they are philanthropic, because they want to make money, and this had real business sense because they made cost savings of $1 million per annum, all these companies together. That's what we're doing with enterprises. But we also would like, and we can only work with 200 companies because that's the funds we have. But we also would like to create sustainable change in the sector. So we also work with the institutional ecosystem. So the different entities that support the sector, the BSOs, the business support organization, trade promotion, chambers, associations, government, international organization, academia and training centers, international buyers, we have one here, and also banks. And as a result of all this work, the BSOs, about 37 of them, increased their operational and managerial competencies. So they are doing a better job now. But more importantly, they have more services. They have more than 200 new services that they provide to their clients, to enterprises. Being a training, being an advisory service on costing and pricing, on pattern making, on lean manufacturing, on linking companies to buyers, in organizing trade fairs, and so on. Working with institutions, with training institutions and the universities, also a very important component, because often universities don't train on what the industry wants. So we brought them together and we created new curriculum together with the industry. This also helped to get about 2,700 students into internship programs. And partnerships. We try to facilitate partnership between peers, companies, and BSOs, joining federations, associations, multi-stakeholder initiatives. Overall, industry collaboration is very important, I think. When we work on social compliance, we work with the ILO Better Worker Score program. When we work on gender empowerment, of course, with our sheet race colleagues, but also with UN Women. We have created about 14, linkages to 14 multi-stakeholder initiatives altogether. One of them you will hear later on SLCP. In the next session. Coming to Switzerland, we do work with Sustainable Textile Switzerland 2030, and the secretary is there. So hopefully we'll have a joint pilot program on circularity in the MENA region next year. We're working on the details. I mentioned we work with brands and retailers. We have one retailer here from Switzerland, or brand, Holy Fashion Group. And she will, Christiane, in the afternoon, and will tell us how we work with their suppliers to make them better suppliers, to supply to them and to adhere to their requirements and to government requirements. And of course, the last point, we also provide a public global good. Everything what we do, we will put on our Global Textiles Academy, which is free then for all the companies we work with and beyond. And that's the I do it, Susanna. That's the link to my colleague, Bruce, who will talk about now public good, global goods from T4SD, and also a multi-stakeholder initiative, the SLCP, the Social Labor Conversion Program. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. So as we speak today, global supply chains are more interconnected than ever. Yet they remain some of the most opaque systems in our modern world. As you know, audits are very often duplicated, resources are wasted, and workers, especially those at the bottom of the chain, face uncertain, unsafe working environments. So this is more than just a logistical issue. This is a human rights issue. And with the rise of mandatory human rights due diligence regulations, the world is demanding that businesses operate with greater integrity and accountability. Yet the question remains, how can we create systems that truly make this a reality? This is why ITC joined forces with the Social and Labor Convergence Program, SLCP, to create the SLCP Gateway. Through the converse assessment framework, the gateway simplifies how factories can assess the social and labor conditions. So instead of doing multiple audits, the CAF provides a single standardized way to evaluate these conditions. And this approach will eliminate the needs for multiple audits, and by allowing a single comprehensive assessment that meets the needs of various stakeholders. So how does it work? The factory will complete the CAF assessment, and once it's completed, information will be uploaded to the SLTP gateway. And once the information is verified on the gateway, the data will become available to authorized stakeholders such as brand, retailer, and policymakers, removing the needs from all of these entities to conduct their own audits. And throughout the whole process, factory maintain the ownership of their own data. They can decide who to share the data with while promoting open access to the verified information. And this equal partnership between factory and buyers is essential for fostering collaboration and trust throughout the whole supply chain. And furthermore, the open data approach also supports more effective due diligence by providing stakeholders with real-time access to credible information. And with this information, company stakeholders can comply with their human rights due diligence obligation, enable quick, actionable responses to drive remedy and prevention. And the SLCP Gateway is more than just a tool. It's a global public good. By removing barrier of proprietary data and audits, we are creating a system that can benefit everyone, from worker to brands, by driving transparency and accountability. It helps not only to improve purchasing practices, but also enable evidence-based policy makings that uplift social and labor standards across the world. So in 2023 alone, the SLCP Gateway streamlined local social and labor assessment across 9,000 facilities, impacting more than 6.6 million workers around the world. And by reducing audit duplication, we unlocked $26 million in resources that can now be reinvested in improving working conditions. But beyond this number, we are creating something far more powerful. We are leading a shift toward greater transparency throughout the whole textile and apparel industry. However, we couldn't have achieved all of these great results on our own. The project is a testament to the power of collaboration. Our partnership with SLCP and other key stakeholders really show how collective action can drive systemic change. And furthermore, the Gateway Open Data approach ensures that companies have access to information that help them to make better decisions, and is aligned perfectly with the increasing human rights due diligence demands. The most exciting part about this solution is its scalability. What we have built for the SLCP Gateway for the textile and apparel industry can now be extended to other sectors such as agriculture and electronics. So the SLCP Gateway is not just a solution for today. is a foundation for a better tomorrow. Together, we can build a future where transparency drives trust, efficiency creates opportunity, and workers everywhere they are in the world will be treated with respect and dignity. And this is exactly what we at ITC stand for: transforming trade, changing life. Thank you very much.
That last line that Duke just shared is our new corporate tagline: transforming trade, changing lives. Thank you very much, Duke, and also to Matthias for that. So this brings us to the end of our morning segment. But before we break for lunch, 3 notes, please. First, for those of us here in person during the 1-hour lunch break, you're very welcome to stop by our booths here in the back. You can see the colleagues. Please just wave your hand, Sandra and Anne, so they can see. So please visit them to learn more about the sustainable cocoa value chain work that we're doing, and also about our global public goods, including the standards map. Second, please keep an eye out for these small cards. I don't know if some of you've already spotted them. They have a QR code on them. This is in preparation for a spotlight session this afternoon. There's Anya, who will be presenting that spotlight session. Scan it, answer the question, and she'll integrate your inputs into her intervention. Finally, third point before we break for lunch is, no, I already mentioned this. It's about joining us on YouTube, if you're not already watching. So if you're not already on YouTube, then please head that way to watch the afternoon session. Please come back here within an hour. We're actually 5 minutes ahead of schedule for, applause to all of you for really keeping on time despite the really great interventions you've been making. So we'll see you back here at 1. Thank you.
Yes.
Is this possible maybe with the bed?
Yes, like this. It's all switched on.
Yeah.
As soon as you're on stage, we switch you on.
Okay.
Right.
So I don't need to do anything.
Anything.
Except that everybody can spy me now, from now on.
Just me, actually.
Just you.
Yes, I'm the only one who could do that, but I won't.
Ah, okay. That not
Take your hair out of the
frame?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Is it all right now?
That's good. I think you gotta remove your earring on this side here.
Really?
Yes. Otherwise, it kind of bangs out of the microphone.
Is it?
Or shall we try?
I mean, I can hear it. And if we do it this way?
It's well, it's not.
Much prefer to have it on. I'm not going naked on the panel.
We would never insist on you going naked on stage.
No, and I'm feeling like half my identity if I'm not
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. We welcome you to come back inside. We will be getting started in 4 minutes. Thank you for starting to make your way in. We will be getting started in 4 minutes. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. We are starting in just a minute or two. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and you had a chance to stretch your legs. Just a fun fact, the sandwiches were all kind of locally produced ingredients. And as you can tell, they were all like vegan or vegetable. So we're trying to go with the sustainability theme here. So thank you for coming back. And we are now very much ready to kick off our afternoon session with our second panel. It is called Leverage Private Sector Partnerships. So for this, I welcome my colleague Mathieu Lamole, who is the Senior Advisor on Sustainable Global Value Chains here at ITC, who will moderate the session and introduce the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susanna, for this introduction. Welcome back, everyone. I hope the sustainable lunch was good. Now comes the phase 2 of the lunch, which is not physical food, it's intellectual food, with actually fantastic speakers joining me on stage today. Thank you very much for being with me and with all of us, sharing some insights on sustainability partnerships, how to leverage them, how to make the most of them. So with us today, we have Borjo Turkey from Olam Food Ingredients. Thank you for being here. We have Guillaume Bonnel from SIFI, and we have also Christian Hugelmann from the Holy Fashion Group. Experts that will be able to share different perspectives on how businesses are leveraging actionable, effective partnerships. How do we actually connect the dots in supply chains at the global level? And I just wanted to reflect very briefly on a few words that we heard this morning, starting with the introduction with State Secretary of Foreign Affairs in Switzerland. She said one thing very important, Helen. She mentioned that ITC is this organization that brings MSMEs to global trade and to bring them into global value chains. Yes, we do that. And yes, we can be happy about all the progress that we are making, all the different projects that are successful. You have heard some of them, and you will hear about more projects. Now, it is nice to be happy about what has been done, but it is also very important to reflect about the rest that needs still to be done, and how to do that in an extremely proactive and efficient way. One mention was also made to Migros in Switzerland, and starting from small and bigger, and now being a big company with also sustainability attributes. Migros is not the only company in Switzerland, right? And in the supermarket, you also heard about Co-op. You heard about those brands that are associated with them. One of them, Halba. You heard about Halba. You probably have actually eaten their fantastic chocolates. I know we have delegates from Ghana in the room, and the sustainability of some of the chocolates with Halba in partnership with the Swiss support and ITC have actually enabled to bring sustainability and to improve livelihoods with a methodology that you probably also heard, alliances for action, bringing from the bottom, from the local national frameworks, practical tools, practical solutions to engage with the stakeholders and to actually generate sustainability impacts. Now, how do you generate sustainability impacts? That's the $1 million question. And this is by having and leveraging concrete partnerships. And here on stage, we have experts that will be telling us a little bit more about, yes, connecting the dots, smallholders, different contexts, and different types of actions leading towards those bigger goals. So not only can we be happy about the projects we have already done, but also can we be proud of the planning for new projects and expansion of sustainability. So maybe I will start turning to you, Borjo, with a question from your perspective at Olam Food Ingredients. And nuts in particular, right? We love the nuts. They happen to be in many types of meals. Now, of course, the way you will be sourcing the nuts, be it from United States, Latin America, Africa, or Asia, you will have to face different contexts. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you handle it? And then when it comes to creating a partnership, how is that so important to really understand those localized elements of those partners dealing with you? Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I think the answer will be so long, but I will try to cut it short. First of all, let me talk about who's Olam Food Ingredients, and thanks for summarizing it. But we're a global food ingredients supplier in food and beverages industry. So we are leading in 5 product platforms: cocoa, coffee, dairy, spices, and nuts. And I'm heading the sustainability for the nuts business. So in our nuts business, we have delicious nuts, as you said, almonds produced in California and Australia. So US and Australia are our origins. Hazelnuts coming from Turkey. I'm from Turkey. So there's that kind of, delicious hazelnuts coming from Turkey, and cashews We're sourcing our cashews from West Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria, Asia, from Vietnam and Cambodia. Pistachios, peanuts, walnuts, macadamias, basically all the nuts are in our supply chain. As you said, it is very important to understand the value chains in agriculture and how these different nuts are produced in different origins. As Olam Food Ingredients, OFI, we are at the farm gate. So we're sourcing from the farmers. And most of the time, we're sourcing from small farm holders. So when we talk about small farm holders, we're talking about farmers who are owning the land of 1 hectare to 2 hectare. So can you imagine the volume that they produce will be 1 ton to 2 tons? And they depend on the yearly income that is coming from 1 ton of cashews or 1.5 tons of hazelnuts. So understanding the supply chain, understanding the actors are very important. So we say we partner at every step of the value chain. So I said we start from the farm gate. So our first partners are the farmers, because you cannot start to create impact without partnering with the farmers. Farmers are producing the food that we buy, that we eat. So that's where the partnership starts. And then we are processors. So we invest in local origins where we source our products from. So we create employment opportunities. At there, we partner with local governments, with funding institutions, so that we invest in origins where these nuts are coming from. And then the next value chain will be partnering with the customers also, because customers are buying the nuts from us. So we need to partner with them to create value-added products, and be it the innovation. This morning we have heard innovation is critical. So can we innovate various value-added products together with the customers? And at the end of the day, the nuts go on the shelves of the retailers, and big food manufacturers are processing those nuts that they buy from us, so that they're put on the shelf. So we need to also partner with consumers as well. So maybe I can stop there, and then do you want me to highlight some projects?
I think those elements are excellent to kick off the conversation. I will get back to you in a moment, but maybe switching to another industry. Christian, in the fashion sector, how does that experience you heard from a totally different sector, how does that resonate? How do you see this happening? And maybe in terms of creating all of these partnerships, you are either struggling or you see different types of challenges, and would love to hear from your perspective, putting that into parallel.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and happy birthday, ITC. Very much appreciating that we can share our journey here to you, the audience. Reflecting the food industry and what we just learned from farm to table, the apparel industry has a challenge which is the complete contrary to what we just heard. Because in the apparel and the fashion industry, it's a brand who is having an idea, who is creating a nice collection, and most likely is knowing the garment maker or maybe an agency where they are handing over the idea, the sketches, and saying, this is what I want to order. So that's the general approach of this industry globally, but there are companies who are acting a little bit different. And let me share some insights of us. I'm representing the Strelson AG, a Swiss-based company, under the brand name Holy Fashion Group, employer branding. We are consolidating 3 premium fashion brands, Strelson, Joop, and Windsor. Strelson is a pure premium brand for men. It's the younger, sophisticated man who likes to wear suits as well as casual wear, while Joop is most likely very much known through the original founder, Wolfgang Joop, a German fashion designer. We took some decades ago over the brand rights and are distributing now very successful a men's and a women collection. for the formal wear, but also for the jeans and denim. And we just recently launched a new women's denim line. And last but not least, we have Windsor. Windsor is among these three brands most likely the most exclusive one, which is formal, very dressy wear for men and women. And we are running a huge complexity here, and we are a CMT-driven organization. That means that we are developing and sourcing all the fabrics and accessories and trims by ourselves. So our root cause is not that we have just a sketch like displayed before. We really investigate and get our hands really into the materials and developing everything from a root cause, starting from the fabrics, accessories, trims, and creating everything around this. Of course, nowadays you also have this so-called free on board business, FOB business, where you buy ready-made garments. And meanwhile, over the course of the years, we are having a good portfolio mix of both business attractions. But frankly speaking, we do not want to have a long leash here. We are really much involved in everything. That is an advantage on one hand, because we know not only all our garment makers, around 100 globally, we also know the vast majority of our suppliers from the bill of material, which is a few hundred. And that, of course, is a good complexity, but the value chain down to farm level is tremendous, because I'm explaining you now an example about tier 1 and tier 2. But we have 5 tiers. Farm level is tier 5. And while the food and example nuts industry knows exactly the farmers, we know the other end of this value chain pretty much. And it's our challenge nowadays to deep dive further and to assure that our responsible sourcing practices are not limited to tier 1, and that we take a responsible role and leadership position here for everyone who is engaged into our sourcing.
Thank you very much, Christian. That's definitely a different way of living sustainability in your supply chain. You know, there is one thing that our executive director at the ITC keeps saying every time, and not this morning. This morning she didn't say it, so I will say it for her. One thing she says constantly when she speaks at high-level events is that something keeps her awake all the time. Like, okay, maybe not every day, but quite often. It's that something is fundamentally wrong in international trade. And that something is what keeps her awake at night. And this is what brings some kind of elements of thoughts on how can ITC deliver on its mandate. Something needs to be fixed. What is it? How does it work? That's a little bit like the $5 million question. And that 5 million question, I thought, why not asking it directly to someone who's in finance? So Guillaume, thank you for being with us here. One thing, when we had the preparation, you know, we always have preparations before these panels, and we had a chat, and you mentioned something about changing the rules of the game. And I think this is very important and interesting to see how the whole game of this international trade, global sustainability agenda can actually be put back on the right tracks. And I think you have some elements of the response, maybe to help my executive director sleep better. Maybe not through the night, but at least a little bit better. So I'd love to hear from your perspective, maybe also with a quick intro on the CFI for everyone here. But the secret ingredients, please. That would be fantastic.
Whoa, no pressure. Thank you very much, Mathieu. Hi, everyone. Very glad to be here with you today. So my name is Guillaume Bonnel. I'm representing this organization called CFI, or Sci-Fi, as we sometimes call it. It's the SDG Impact Finance Initiative, and it's a platform which I will come back to later on. But first, I think you agree, actually. We have a big problem, and the answer to that problem is probably worth a lot more than $5 million, actually. Or even more. The problem is the following, right? We've created a system called capitalism about 2 centuries ago that has been extremely powerful, right? I mean, we are all here, well-dressed, well-fed. You know, we on average, we've multiplied the human population by a factor of 8. Of course, we've created massive inequalities and we have huge problems, but on average, it seems like we have created a lot of value. Now we see that this overall system has been working extremely well for those 2 centuries, or relatively well, but we see the limitations as well today. We see climate change, we see biodiversity losses, we see those inequalities that I was referring to, and the fact that we have, yes, a part of the world that has been developing a lot, but another part which is still very much, poor and remains to be developed. And we came to a point when we realized that if that system is powerful, it's also creating externalities that are becoming so massive that we have a huge issue. And the good old days when we could say, okay, it's okay, let's focus on maximizing profits, and that's what the entire private sector should do, including the investment sphere. And yeah, we'll have a little bit of, we'll have some issues on the side, but we'll take care of them with a little bit of philanthropy and public money. Those days are gone. When you look at the Sustainable Development Goals and the gap that we have to achieve the objectives that we've set in 2015, those are so massive. We are talking about $4 trillion per year, that even if you put together the entire public money, the entire philanthropic money, it's not going to make it. And so what does it mean? It means that the question, that the answer to this $5 million or $100 million question now is, how do you make sure that investment and private markets, private investments actually flow into those solutions? Because this is the only way to actually fix the system. This is probably, if we manage to do it, and that's very complicated, we would have the secret ingredient to actually make that system work, right? I mean, finance is this sector is not like any other sector. It's really the source, allocating capital is the way you transform the economic landscape. So if we managed to orientate the flows of capital towards solutions that have positive externalities, or that maximize those positive externalities and minimize negative externalities, maybe we would have a system that would be sustainable, an economic system that would be able to stay for a long period of time and sustain next generations. The problem is now how to do that, right? And we need for that to create the foundations from scratch almost, right, to make sure that capital flows into those projects. It's a little bit the ambition of a partnership, because this is the topic of the day, in between governments and also private corporate foundations. So that's the organization I'm talking about, SDG Impact Finance Initiative. It was created actually by the government of Switzerland in collaboration with Credit Suisse and UBS, the foundation, so now one and the same, as you know. And we've been joined as well by the Ministry of Finance of Luxembourg. And we hope, to humbly, because we are a very small organization, but we hope to contribute at least to build those foundations. The objective that we have is really to mainstream what's called impact investing, which is exactly this idea of using capital to bring returns to your investors, and B, create positive impact. And so if we manage to somehow mainstream impact investing, we have a little bit of an answer to your question.
Thank you so much, Guillaume. Impact investing sounds incredible. The beauty when you're the moderator is that you get to ask the questions to the speakers, and we can go on and go on and go on. I would like to actually change the rules of the game a little bit, and I hand over my moderation role to you, Borjo and Christian, so that you ask questions to him. Ask one question to our friend Guillaume, from your perspective, a question that would be burning your head based on what he just said on impact investing. Starting with you, and then Christian.
Oh no.
That was not on a preparation talk, right?
You ask 5 million. Can I ask him if he can give us
as much as you want?
Why it is so hard for finance institutions to sponsor impact programs in agricultural sectors?
Yeah, it's a good one. I guess it's probably different if you talk of agriculture in developed markets and agriculture in developing markets. One answer to your question is risk, and rather than risk or actual risk, the perception of it by investors. And every time you talk to a portfolio manager or anyone in finance or in traditional finance of a project that's happening outside a developed country in a developing market, the perception of risk is almost irrational from my perspective. They will perceive the project as, oh, wow, that's too risky for me. I'm not going to invest into this project, without considering sufficiently, in my view at least, the opportunities that lie in the fact that those are countries where you can have tremendous gains in productivity. Also, thanks to the demography of some of those countries, you can also, develop a lot your projects and so on. So perception of risk is one, and there is also the issue of the liquidity, and that's a big one actually. When you look at the financial industry, the way it works, you need to have investments that you can drop off from in the next 15 minutes almost, which doesn't make any sense. But that's a little bit the way it functions. If you look at a portfolio, because of all those, tactical allocation, reallocation, strategic allocation, etc., that happens so often, and the constraints that are put on institutional investors in pension funds, etc., they need to be able to buy and sell very quick. And every time you talk of an impact project or an impactful project, most of the time you're talking about a private market that is very difficult to buy and sell in the next 15 minutes. It's illiquid. So one of the questions is, how do you bring more liquidity to the impact investing market and to private markets in general? And then how do you measure the risk more adequately into especially into emerging markets, to show that actually, your perception, Mr. Portfolio Manager, is just irrational.
Thank you. And maybe if I can just, if I'm the
You're
moderator.
the moderator for this
Exactly.
moment.
Just building on what you said on the risks, I think it is very important to highlight also us as food companies and our customers, big food manufacturers, are also doing their own risk assessments too. So agricultural supply chains are complex, and there are so many challenges in the risks. So it's on top of what you have said, we can see human rights risks, we can see economic risks, we can see climate risks, because climate risk is so important that you can change the origin that you're buying your product from. Because you might see a climate risk in one country where it will have a definite impact on the crop, that next year that crop can be 50% lower in volume, so that you need to look for an alternative market, alternative origin. So actually risk mitigation in every level is so important, that I think why partnerships should be built to mitigate those risks together.
Thank you, moderator.
That's linking me to another question, which is building up somehow as well. Do you think that the legal framework for the finance sector is ready to foster a better understanding of responsible sourcing to bring private and public sector together? Because I think with the upcoming CSDDD, to just name one big elephant standing in front of our all doors, who is doing business to Europe, we heard about the EU DR this morning, and there is more to come, of course. What's your proposition? How do you think finance can support businesses to leave behind the old white man methodology and build up better strengths also for the C-levels to have a modern approach of governance?
Excellent question.
Yeah, it's a very good question. And it's also something that we are working on. Actually, it's one of the three axes that we are working on, how to shape an ecosystem which largely depends on the regulatory framework that is conducive for this type of investment, actually for impact investing. And I think, overall, and we were talking of the rules of the game, right? I mean, the rules of the game today, if you're in the financial industry, it's to maximize profit, and that's it, pretty much, according to risk, of course. So it's a risk return. Great, it's a good objective. It needs to stay because that's how you build also economically viable solutions. But I think we also need now, given all of what we said before, to take into account other objectives. And those objectives can be represented by the 17 SDGs. It's a way to represent them. It's a way to represent all other types of externalities that investment can have and that also, companies can have. And so question for the regulators now is how do you make sure that banks, financial intermediaries have to take those into account? And that's a little bit tricky, right? Because it makes the game a lot more complex to play. So that's a little bit the issue, and that's why regulators today hesitate. I think we have three groups there. We have regulators, we have financial intermediaries, and we have asset owners. So rich people or pension funds or insurance companies, etc. The pressure should come from at least, the regulation on one side, to oblige companies and financial intermediaries to better take into account those externalities, and also from asset owners. And that's not happening enough today. I think, asset owners, rich people, and all of the institutional players as well, they do have a responsibility in this game. If you're rich, you have more responsibility than if you're poor, because you shape the game somehow. And so, and it's also in their interest in the long term, right? It's in our interest all together. And so I think it should also come from this group, right? To say, financial intermediary bank, please, take into account some other criteria than just my return at the end of the month. First of all, look longer term, and also take into account, I don't know, how my investment will contribute to climate change, or to mitigate climate change, or to access to education and financial inclusion, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Breaking the rules of the game and innovative partnerships. I mean, we did that in this moderation role shared among us. Thank you for this. Mentioned a lot of things like risk perceptions and then risk mitigation and how that influences the partnership. So I'll take back the role of moderation now, and I would like to ask, in that role of mitigating the risks, engaging with the suppliers and thinking about practical ways to achieve your sustainability objectives, can you share some of those examples, starting with you and your experience in the nuts sector? Very much because one thing that comes across everything we've heard so far is that in order for a good partnership to work, you need to create value at every level of the partnership. Every level of the partnership needs to create value and to benefit from it. Otherwise, there is something wrong. And that's back to what keeps my executive director asleep, not asleep actually at night. So practical examples, experiences on that way of creating value for all the partners. If you could share some examples, Bojo.
Sure. So let me give 3 examples from 3 different supply chains from 3 different countries.
Excellent.
Okay, let's go with the first one. Of course, starting with Turkey. Obvious reason. So Turkey, 65% to 70% of the hazelnut is coming from Turkey. So we talked about small farm holders, 1 hectare to 2 hectares of land. So when we talk about impact and farmers, everyone thinks that the crucial actor in the hazelnut supply chain are farmers. I can say they share the role because we're talking about workers as well. So in Turkish agriculture, we have an important actor as seasonal migrant workers. So seasonal migrant workers are living in the southeast region of the country, and they work in agricultural commodities for 9 months of the year. So they start in March in apricots, then they move up to sugar beet, to potatoes, to apple, to hazelnuts in the north, and then they go back to cotton. So 9 months on the road. We're talking about big families, families with 10 children. So because they're on the road for 9 months of the year, they cannot leave their children behind. So they take their children with them. Because they go to 9 different provinces, they put up tents in the places where it's just bare land and they put tents there. They live there 25 days, 30 days, and then they move to the other provinces. And then they come to the hazelnut. So when they come to the hazelnut, they work in the harvest, which is August to September. And I was just there because we're still having harvest in Turkey, in the Black Sea region, in the northern part, where seasonal migrant workers, and we're talking about millions of people. Government says 4.5 million seasonal migrant workers are in Turkey working in agricultural sector. So imagine that. You're on the road for 9 months. You're not really sure which farm you're going to be working with. You have your tents and everything with you, and there's just a bare land. You put up your tent, no access to water, no access to electricity, no access to hygiene. You don't know if something happens. Is there a hospital close by? So no access to healthcare for that 25 days. And then you're not even sure if you're going to get paid because you're going to be working in a farm and 5 days in that farm, five days in another farm. So, and you want to earn your living income. So what you do is when you're working in a farm, you want your children to work with because children is also an additional income. So then there's a high risk of child labor. So we, as Olan Food Ingredients, we partner with Ministry of Education. We say there are schools during the summertime, because August to September, schools are closed. So there's a building there that is empty. Why don't we use that school and open a summer school so that the children does not actually go to farm, but they can go to the summer school? Just simple action. There's a building there, not working, and then we are hazelnut suppliers and just creating that partnership together with the local government, plus the Ministry of Education, plus the teachers, and of course the biggest partner are the seasonal migrant families themselves, because they trust you to take their children, that you're going to take care of them in that summer school till they're working in the farm. So that's one part of a partnership that we do in seasonal migrant workers in Turkey. Let's move to cashew sector. So one of the biggest countries who produces cashew is West Africa, Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. Again, small farm holders. Also, Ivory Coast is very famous with cocoa production. So I'm not going to talk about this time on risk of child labor because cashew has different risks than cocoa sector. So northern part of the country, mainly center north, we have seen that actually a lot of women work on the farm. But when we collect data from the ground, and when we ask, we want to train the farmers on good agricultural practices, always men are coming to the training. So no women, but we know that women are actually working on the farm as much, and sometimes I can say more than men, but they don't have access to the same trainings like good agricultural practices, like climate smart agricultural practices, if it's the access to market training. And we realize that there's this gap of diversity and inclusion and gender equality. So that's where we have partnered with International Trade Center on She Trades West Africa project. So it was, we knew what to do, but we needed a strong partner to guide us, to work together with us so that we can create impact together with the women. So we have created, together with ITC She Trades team, a gender equality and inclusion module. So as OFI, we have the field extension officers because we're working together with the farmers, we have the boots on the ground. So what we did is we trained our own staff so that they can go out and train all the farmers on gender equality and inclusion module that we have co-created with She Trades team. So again, a different type of partnership, but targeting the risk and creating the impact. And third example is my last example. I hope I'm not so boring.
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Australia. I'm taking you to a different world, different continent, almonds. This time, we're not sourcing from small farm holders. Different target group, because we are farmers. So we have our own orchards as Olan Food Ingredients, acres and acres of land, talking about big land. A lot of almond trees are planted. And now we talk about ecosystems and biodiversity. You know what is important for the almond cultivation? One animal that is so important. Bees. Yes, bees, because we need bees for pollination. So we are partnering with a non-governmental organization. So this time, I gave an example of government partnership, an ITC partnership, and now a non-governmental organization partnership called Ween Bee Foundation in Australia. They are supporting us on how we can be bee-friendly almond producer. So now our orchards in Australia are certified as bee-friendly because we are protecting the bees when they come to our almond orchards by providing them water, by having an integrated pest management system so that we are not harming the bees when they're on our orchards. We are planting cover crops or pollinator habitats, we call them. I know they might be a little bit technical words, but basically planting really nice flowers so that bees can use those flowers to pollinate. So that partnership has led to another activity. Ween Bee Foundation said, well, you have these bee-friendly almond orchards. Why don't we bring some schools, some children from the schools around the area so that they can learn about agriculture? And that was a fantastic partnership that we did because we have seen that youth is not interested in agriculture. So by bringing youth into orchards and talking about how important agriculture is actually created another impact where we were just, talking about protecting biodiversity and healthy ecosystems.
Thank you so much for these inspiring 3 examples, all the way from Ivory Coast, Australia, Turkey. It's fascinating. I guess everyone would share that. Thank you for this. From your perspective, Christian, some other kinds of examples. And again, bearing in mind that that's what we are looking for, right? In the partnership where there is added value created for the partners, with the partners, and with externalities as well. I think this also resonates quite a lot with this kind of a risk assessment, perception, mitigation that was discussed with Guillaume before. Any examples that you could share with us in that same direction, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely. So 3 should be the number of the day. I'm happy to share also 3 examples of our business practices in terms of human rights, because I think human rights is non-negotiable and absolutely important and the fundament of everything what we are striving as an organization. To highlight, because we are invited by the ITC, I would like to start with a small program which we could start last year in Egypt from Menatex. Matthias shared before the lunch break already about this program, and we were partners to this with some of our manufacturers on tier 1 and tier 2 in Egypt. So this was a program, or is a program, dedicated in 2 different business angels. On one hand, the social compliance, and on the other hand, lean manufacturing with environmental improvement measures. Highlighting the social compliance areas, all our factories on tier 1 are social compliant. We'll say that we are disregarding the rule set of risk countries versus non-risk countries, because to us, human rights can be jeopardized in every system in the world and not only in risk countries. So that's why it is for us very, very important as an organization to monitor all our tier 1 factories at present under the same scope, under the Business Social Compliance Initiative, which is the BSCI program from Amfori. Having said that, our factories in Egypt, they went through this audit, of course, but along the way, there are so many findings where you have little possibilities to improve. And here, ITC very much supported us with local trainers to really identify minor topics which are under the scope of human rights, not a big deal, but supportive in very, very, very various little details to the workers in the factory. And having a third example, there is an obligation to start to understand what are the workers thinking, because to some extent, the entire industry in the fashion apparel world is only focusing on tier 1, including the United Nations with the ILO program Better Work. It's all dedicated solely to the garment making section and is leaving behind per date what comes next, what is behind, what is the step before. So it's the tier 2, 3, 4, etc. But everywhere in this value chain, people are working and they might suffer even bigger issues and challenges than in the industrial area of the tier 1 level. So what we established now is a program called Stakeholder Dialogue Program, which is dedicated to vulnerable groups. We'll say we start the dialogue with the blue-collar workers. They are literally not as educated as the leaders of companies. They have very challenging situations. They have to face most likely in the private area because of low income situation, overtime, occupational health and safety, that are really topics which are driving them. And we created a program that we understand their situation better to opening up. So very different from what you have described, but I think it is really important that the collaboration is there between the public and the private sector. And we are an SME, and we simply would not be able to sponsor programs like the one MENATEX gave us the opportunity in Egypt. And we are really grateful for the fundings and the availability to companies like us. And if there would be an opportunity to reach out also to other regions except the MENA area in the world, it would be very, very helpful to us. And that's, of course, also a question to finance sector, because I think finance sector knows very much about fundings and programs which are there. How do we connect the private sector and the finance sector, most likely also the public sector, better, that more companies get aware about what is available, what can be used, what can we bring into a better value chain, how can we foster and support human rights to a further extent than what is sponsored by the own financial impact and power of your organization.
Thank you so much, Christian. That actually builds very nicely to my next question to you, Guillaume, because we are hearing a number of almost like, yeah, we can call them secret ingredients to good partnerships. But those secret ingredients yet need to contribute to scaling impact and to have bigger impact, not just, yes, it's nice to do this, but how to go at scale, how to go more mainstream rather than siloed, nice project approaches, but something which is a little bit more bigger. So any reflection from your side on those secret ingredients and how to go at scale, that would be absolutely extremely appreciated.
Thank you very much. Well, I can try to explain and illustrate how we do it at SIFI in terms of trying to scale. That's exactly what we're trying to achieve, right? Scale impact investing. That's our objective at the end of the day. We want to mainstream this type of investment. And so I'll keep the number 3 because it seems to be relevant today. We have 3, we call them windows actually. So first of all, if you want scale, that means you want more products and you want more financial mechanisms out there to actually be able to convey this investment towards SDG-related projects in emerging countries. So to do that, you have to promote innovation, and that's our first window. We promote innovation by giving grants, not to projects directly, but to funds or bonds or any financial mechanism that has the possibility to onboard other investors and to direct the capital to those projects. So that's one. Grants to do feasibility studies, to do market studies, to develop pilot projects. That's, you know, for instance, I can take an example of a project that I really like in our portfolio. It's called Chenson International, and the goal that they have is to make sure that young people in the developing world can access education more easily, and that takes, you know, access to capital to do that. You know, unlike in European countries, education is not free, and so you need to come up with money to actually buy your education in a way. And they provide the students from low-income communities with loans, and those are actually not loans, and that's where the innovation lies. It's called an income share agreement, whereby the student signs a contract that he will get the education, and after which he will get employed, and only if he gets employed, he will then pay a share of his salary. So if he has a big salary, then he will repay quite a lot. If he has a low salary, then he will repay less. So that's a security that he has. What I also really enjoy in that project is the fact that there is some kind of solidarity in between the students. So the high earner will compensate somehow in the system for the low earner and for the one who cannot actually access the employment. And of course, because they are cohort of students, they will motivate each other, right? Peer pressure. Come on, go do your homework instead of going to the pub tonight. So that's one project. And then we have a second window, which is exactly about scaling, actually, because you don't only need more products, more financial products, you need those to be bigger, right? A fund that is 1 billion is much more attractive than a fund that is 10 million, for instance, if you're talking to a bank or to an institutional player. So the question is, how do you scale existing impact investing funds? And to do that, we invest this time. So it's not anymore a grant that we give them. We invest into the fund, but we invest in what we call the junior equity tranche of the fund. So it's an investment fund, for instance, that is layered into tranches. You have a senior tranche for, I would say, more traditional investors that are looking for market returns. Then you have a mezzanine tranche, which is more for the development banks. And you have a junior tranche for the risk taker like us. We want, our goal is not to make money. It's actually to mainstream impact investing. So we want to de-risk the fund and we take the first loss. So if you have a problem, fund manager will actually cover for it first. And therefore we are actually preventing or, securing the more senior investors. And by doing so, we actually help more traditional investors go into the same solution. That is, of course, a very impactful solution, we hope, and that's how we select them. And here we have an example of a fund that's called Agri-Free. And it's also, so it's exactly the way they work, right, with the tranche. And so we come in junior equity, we invest in capital, we take the first loss, and then they use the capital, the entire capital of the fund to transform it into guarantees that they offer to financial institutions in emerging markets, to small banks. You can think of them like that, and it will allow those small banks to actually make loans to agricultors at preferential rates under the condition that they develop their activity in a sustainable manner. So that's also a concrete example to your previous question. And then we have that third window that I was developing or talking about earlier, which is about how do you transform the regulatory framework and the entire ecosystem to make it more conducive for this type of impact.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We have reached the time for you to also start asking questions. So anything that pops to mind, just raise your hand. Remember to say who you are, who you represent as an organization, and then to whom you would like to ask the question. So the floor is yours. we have those fantastic speakers. Thank you so much for all these examples. 333, and you are 3. So you see, this is the magical number of the day. Anyone with a question, just raise your hand and build on those examples. Maybe put an observation, a comment. Yes, please. Here we have a question. Microphone is coming.
Hi, Marian Malan, Ecom Agroindustrial. A question to the two ladies. Do you, actually, I think to the entire panel, do you think that with CSDDD, for example, coming and hopefully also at some point becoming law, do you think that these projects that you're currently doing with the sustainability activities, that they will become sustainable because at some point the prices, the costs of these sustainability activities will be passed through to the end consumer, and through that, these higher production costs will be financed? Let me take that one. I mean, please chip in. I am not sure if the cost is going to be kind of shared with the end consumer, to be honest. We have seen a lot of regulations, not only the CSDD, but we have seen the due diligence law, the EUDR we talked in the morning, and there are some national laws as well as the regional regulations coming into force, which I think it's good in a sense to create the momentum. Because before these regulations, it's an ad hoc. So each supplier, if they want to do something, they can, but there's not that kind of mandatory everyone wants to do what they would like to do. So these regulations enable suppliers like us or our customers, the big retailers and big food manufacturers, to deep dive into the risks of the supply chain and invest in them. I think the biggest question here is that how do we share the cost and how do we share the benefit also? It's not always sharing the cost, but also, sharing the benefit. Now I'm seeing, I mean, all of us are seeing most of the companies have their 2030 sustainability targets. Some companies have 2050. As Olan Food Ingredients, we have just launched our corporate level 2030 sustainability strategy under Choices for Change. We are committing big numbers. We are talking about we're going to be enhancing livelihoods of million farmers. We're going to be impacting communities on health and nutrition, become net zero. So a lot of, net zero targets are all over the news, as you can see. It's not easy to become net zero. And how are we going to be net zero by 2050 if all of us are not doing what we need to do? So just, taking your question and kind of answering it in a way that relates with the panel's topic, partnerships. It cannot be only us as a supplier trying to do a decarbonization project, let's say in Ghana's one village, and then expect that we become net zero. We can't. We're active in 50 countries. We have 5 product platforms. We have more than 100 manufacturing facilities all over the world. And our customers are the same. So we need to act together. We need to liaise together and invest together. So that's why we need financial institutions as well. We need the local authorities, the governmental bodies, and regulations are actually supporting this process. I don't know if I've answered the question, but I think that's kind of holistically looking at it this way.
Any reflections from?
Well, actually, at the end of the day, someone has to pay the bill. And if we have regulations, I hope that once they are in force, that they are also regulate. Because if one share of the business is according the regulations, doing the business practices, but the door is wide open for others to go into the same market by ignoring these regulations. The end consumer is looking for the cheaper product. Remember the organic tomato or cucumber, which you can find on the shelf sitting next to the cheap imported whatever cucumber or tomato. The end consumer is making the decision, usually for the money they have in their pocket, and not for the environment and not for the organic food. And it took, I think, more than 4 decades still to have an inequality or an imbalance in the share of organic food versus conventional food. And the same we experience in the garment industry. So we are ready, we are prepared, we are acting in accordance, we are even reaching out higher. I just explained that for us, human rights matter. We do not differentiate between risk and non-risk countries. This costs money. And of course, to a certain extent, we can absorb it, but this is costing us margin because we cannot increase price because of we are doing good or doing for better. The same with the certifications. So of course, we can certify all our products, but that costs money, that costs margin, that costs profit. And the end consumer is not willing to pay a single penny more for a more reliable product versus a conventional product. So to answer your question, do you think that the end consumer is willing to pay more one day? I hope that everyone is taking the responsibility to be able to look into the mirror and say, yes, I purchase wisely and I buy the better products. But this is something which is an educational topic. This is something which is a political topic as well. And we can only prepare ourselves to act in accordance with the regulation. And I'm very much in favor of this regulation, but only if the regulatory is judging on it in the same way and not asking only for one. What we can tell, because we are a wholesale-driven organization, our wholesale partners, especially platform owners, are extremely fond to follow the regulatory already. And of course, what are they doing? They are immediately reaching out to their suppliers. We as a brand are a supplier and asking us if we are compliant. And to make it even worse, they are asking US law firms to check on the compliances on that. And of course, that makes you move. And of course, that makes you comply. Luckily, we are prepared. We are in accordance, so we are not scared about this. However, if we look left and right, I'm pretty sure there are many who should be scared, but maybe they have a different business approach and maybe they are under the radar. And I think we need to find tools that give an equality in the competition, that everybody is judged on the same way.
And such tools could also include finance and impact financing, probably.
Yeah, no, and I was just going to make a very quick remark. Are we going to pay the price? Probably not, but if we don't, then it doesn't mean the price is going to disappear. Someone has to pay for the price of a cheap polluting product today, and that's not us. Those are the children of our children, potentially. So someone will pay one day the externalities.
Who pays? Who should pay? Who will pay? Some questions we will answer probably end of January in Vienna, right? So thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, Virpi, please.
Thank you very much. My question is to Mr. Bonnell. I'm Virpi Stuki and I'm from UNIDO, United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Your model about education and paying for students it's very interesting. I have never heard of this kind of model. So 2 questions. Who are your partners? So do you work with the universities, the vocational centers, or the ministries of education? And how do you select the areas that you are sponsoring? So how are you de-risking your investment? Do you base it on labor market assessment? Do you follow the investments knowing that there will be jobs?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that good question. So just to make it clear also, Chanson International is a fund, actually, well, it's a company having developed a fund that we support. We are supporting the fund, but it's not us directly. And so they've developed this idea of income share agreement that already existed actually elsewhere, but they developed it. And yes, they work with partners, universities, and they select them according to the capacity of those universities to train students in a very pragmatic way, actually, according to economic needs, which I find also great because, you know, you could think of those models whereby you train very, you know, good students and then you send them to developed countries to work for, I don't know, KPMG or, you know, those big companies. But in that case, it's not that, right? They train, for instance, Kenyan students coming from low-income communities, and they put them into universities for, you know, nursing, for instance, or coding, or, you know, employments that are going to be very useful for the local economy. And yeah, because they want to make sure that at the end of the day, they are being employed locally and that they get a salary to ultimately repay the agreement. Now, how do we select this type of projects or funds in the window 2 as well? First of all, we start with looking at the needs. You know, where are the biggest gaps in terms of the SDGs, and where are we going to be the most additional? So where do we have a chance to finance something or to support a fund that is going ultimately to attract also private investments? We look at the impact. It has to be an impact that is aligned with the SDGs and that is happening in a country, a low and middle income country. And that has to be real impact. We make sure of that. And that has to be also a fund that is going to finance ultimately projects that are economically viable and able to provide investors with some kind of financial returns. So there is also this economic viability, which is important into what we do, right? It's the only way to make it sustainable in the long term as well. It's impact investing. We have the two words, impact and investing. So that's what we do. Yeah, I would say that's how we select. And then we have also, of course, you know, an entire process that is a little bit too long to describe here.
But maybe part of the coffee break or something else.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your detailed answer. We have time for another question, if any. Yes, please, here, Gregor.
Thank you very much. Really interesting panel. I'm Christian Doolan from Pharma Connect, so working technology within emerging supply chains. And this is going to be to you, Berku. It was going to be a bit pointed, but I'll be nice. You mentioned earlier talking about climate impacts, and you literally said, because of climate impacts that are coming in, we might not be originating from you anymore. We might be going somewhere else. I was originally going to ask what should the farmers do, but like in the spirit of partnerships, especially with Guillaume on the panel, like how can you see drops in yield, see client impact as one of the major originators in the world, actually work with public-private organizations to actually help those farmers who you're not going to buy from anymore transition to something that's actually going to maintain their income?
That's a great question. And I know my name is so hard to pronounce. So C is pronounced as J in Turkish. So it is Burcu. No worries. It's just wanted to highlight that. Yes, I mean, I was just talking about the risk. Of course, we're not going to be, you know, abandoning the farmers, especially farmers who are living in poverty and whose livelihood depends on that crop. So that's why actually we are having sustainability programs, and climate is one of the big risks that the small farm holders face. So like you said, there are certain programs how we can support the farmers, and one of them is a climate smart agricultural practices. We have seen that farmers, I mean, sustainability programs are not new. So companies like us have been doing sustainability programs over decades. And it all started with training on GAP, and GAP is good agricultural practices. Everyone does that. So now GAP is transformed into climate smart agriculture or practices. So one of the reasons is because climate is a risk. And how can we create climate resilient supply chains? We definitely need partnership and expertise on. So we can talk about certain practices on farm, or we can talk about diversifying the variety. Because I can talk on behalf of the nuts. There are certain varieties who are more climate resilient than the other varieties. So can we work together with the farmers to use those new seedlings, for example, but then be mindful, because if you ask the farmer to, okay, pull out all these cashew trees that you have and plant these new ones. And in the morning, we have heard it takes almost 5 years for a cashew tree to give fruit. So just because we are going to be introducing new variety of a cashew, then we cannot let the farmer earn nothing for the 5 years. So that's why knowing the farmers is important. I travel to the farm. I was saying I was in the farmers, and I will be traveling to other countries. It's just about understanding the farmer, understanding the country, understanding the supply chain, and then how can you create that impact? OFI has a vision, and I love the vision because it says, be the change for good food and a healthy future. So if each of us in this room can be the change for good food and a healthy future, then we will have the sustainable development.
Perhaps I can add on that, because it's not only in food, it's also in the cotton area a very, very big concern. And so we, for example, changed our approach in cotton sourcing a few years ago, and we decided that we want to leave conventional cotton behind, and that we like to foster the idea of NGO-free cotton. And how can this be done? And there is a huge initiative in the world acting. It's a Better Cotton Initiative. And of course, there are a lot of pros and cons for this initiative. However, in a nutshell, it's supporting the farmer to increase the local harvest. And cotton is growing fast, and you can make a change from one season to another. And it is interesting, if you have a small family-owned business, farmers, cotton farmers are usually family-driven businesses, very small, one family is one farm, and it's the entire family working on this farm. So this is a tremendous challenge as well, of course, for educational reasons. To afford the crop and the seeds, you need usually a loan. And if you go to your local bank, the local bank is saying, yeah, but how do you protect the harvest from whatever can impact and risk your harvest? So we give you the loan, but you need to buy from this chemical company certain fertilizers, etc., which is most likely killing also the productivity of a farm. And Better Cotton said, oh, we need to stop this. This is not right. We do it in a different methodology. So they started training the local farmers by saying, okay, forget about the loan from the bank. We are supporting you. We are giving you the seeds, but only under the reservation that you change your farming. So you need to make like a little river around your field, that you start collecting the water. You need to plant sunflowers. You need to plant chili, and you need to create by yourself on an organic way some repellents that keeping the enemies of the cotton crop away, while attracting the bees and other fruitful insects to come to your farm. Seems to be very simple, but it is effective. Talking about this Better Cotton, which is organic cotton, to give you an example, the share of organic cotton, of the real organic cotton, never managed to reach a global share of higher than 5%. While in the past 2 decades, the Better Cotton Initiative created a global availability of better cotton by over 20%. So it's a tremendous growth. And the turnaround of this better farming methodology, what is taught to the Bethune-Cotta farmers, is that they earn enough money because the productivity over years is increasing, that they have the money to afford that they can send their children to school. So it's a duplication. They grow in wealth. They have the freedom that they can send their children to school, that they have the money to give them the education which is needed, and that they do not need to have them in the cotton plant anymore. And I think that's a very nice example of how better farming can be handled also in a sector which is very, very challenging.
I love the way that we actually expanded this panel from leveraging partnerships to really leveraging even beyond traditional partnerships. I think all the examples you digged, you unveiled, you shared with all of us were extremely practical. I have one last question for each of you, which is back to my egocentric ITC hat. How can I help? How can ITC help in this perspective of scaling up those partnerships you have? Where do you see we can expand the current projects we have, or how can we even establish new bridges to those financial mechanisms to break the rules of the game and to achieve even more impact? Any reflections we could go with, I would be fantastically happy. So starting with you.
Sure. I think bringing all the actors together is important. We cannot do this alone. Neither financial institutions can do it alone. Suppliers cannot do it alone. Farmers clearly cannot do it alone. So the biggest ask from ITC is, please bring all of us together. But not only the farmer and the development agencies, but also financial institutions as well. Because without the finances, we can dream to create impact, but we need to realize the impact. So that would be my message, bringing everyone together.
Thank you so much, Burcu. Guillaume.
You know, we talked about the gaps in the SDG financing, and looking at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, I think the biggest gap is actually in the number 17, the partnership for the goals. And that's where maybe ITC can support and can help. Indeed, by, I think, as far as the mainstreaming impact investing is concerned, I think we could maybe join forces, but would be great, if you could help bring around the same table that we already have with Luxembourg, Switzerland, and a few corporate foundations, more of them, more governments, talking to more governments that would like to mobilize more private capital for those SDGs and more corporate foundations as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Collaboration is the key. And where would we be without ITC in certain projects? And I was very, very interested in learning from Burcu earlier that an idea which they created in their organization was taken into a program from ITC, which you were running in Africa. And I'm really interested in discussing our idea of this stakeholder dialogue program to maybe let this become an ITC program, because I think it's so valuable for all the industries that we could really do a copy-paste in different business areas, and maybe there is room for creating such as well. So collaboration is important. We only can do this together. And thanks for having us and giving us this opportunity to share some thoughts.
It's a pleasure. I mean, the thanks come from us for all of you for joining, for sharing your thoughts. I'm pretty sure that, at least from my side, probably from most of the room, if not all the room, and those online, we will get back with some more thoughts. Even tonight, when we go to sleep, we will actually continue dreaming about everything else we can do. Please join me in thanking so much our panelists for a great conversation. Thank you so much. Good rest of the day to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mathieu and panelists. That was a really great conversation on partnerships and collaboration. And we even ended with a little poem. Did you catch that? Christiane had said, collaboration is key. Where would we be without ITC? So thank you for the poem. And so before we move into the next panel, which is on global public goods, with the head of our Trade for Sustainable Development program, Joe, in the house, we're going to take a brief coffee break of half an hour. And then we'll see you back here in half an hour. And for those of us in the room, please stay until the end because at 4:30 p.m. we have a cocktail. The live stream is off. This is for those of us in the room. Thank you, everyone. If you can start coming back to your seats. Thank you all for always being on time this whole day. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. Hope you got some caffeine and a chance to stretch your legs. We're moving right into our third and final panel of the day. It's called Access, Unlocking the Potential of Global Public Goods, which we've already heard about a little bit. Now we're going to go in depth. And for this, I invite my colleague, Joe Wozniak, who's the head of the T4SD program, as you know, to lead the discussion and to introduce the panelists. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Susanna. And this is the last panel session of the day. So I think what we're looking to do now is really look at the issue of global public goods, which is something, as many have said, kind of the crown jewels of ITC. The ITC has managed and implemented many global public good IT trade-related platforms for decades. And I think it has been a huge success factor in terms of the ability for us to really engage and improve livelihoods for our key beneficiaries. And today, as we look at the discussions in the first panel, when we had talked about SMEs and the challenges that SMEs are facing when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to meeting more market or more rigorous or more, let's say, sustainability-related market access requirements. With the second panel, we discussed issues related to partnerships, working with the private and the public sector. This all kind of, let's say, culminates, I think, in a way that inexorably will lead to the need for more public access to information, to tools that are accessible and also that are neutral. And I think that gets to one of the issues also very, I would say, core to ITC as a UN organization, neutrality and credibility. And I think today, when we look at the overall IT landscape with AI and a variety of, and the huge or the super quick technological pace, the ability to trust the data that you're consuming, especially when it's related to key market decisions or market access requirements and economic livelihoods, is more important than ever. So that's a bit of the kind of overview of the panel today, and I'm joined by some esteemed colleagues. So immediately to my right is Monica Rubiolo, the head of trade promotion with the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO. And Monica and ITC have worked together for many, many years. So welcome to the panel, and thanks for hosting us in Bern today as well. And then to Monica's right is Matthias Altman. Matthias comes from a very rich background in technical assistance and trade from a variety of different, let's say, backgrounds. The German government, GIZ, the European Commission, DG INTPA, or DG DevCo in those days, and also the OECD in Paris, and then also the UN in Geneva as well. And so I think Matthias will be able to provide also his perspective from these different walks of life in terms of the regulatory framework, but also how global public goods can also have an impact on SMEs, a positive impact in helping them to meet those regulations. Then we are joined by Christian Dulin, and Christian is the head of innovation and partnerships with Farmer Connect. And so Christian will really focus on the agricultural or the farmer aspect of this. He's based here in Switzerland. And I think his knowledge of the acute challenges facing agricultural producers and then how the, let's say, imminent or here today, different regulatory challenges are affecting farmers, and where IT, where technology can play a role in reducing those challenges. And then last but not least, to my furthest right is Montserrat Prieto, and she is the Secretary General of the Spanish Coffee Association, AE Café, and she comes to us from Madrid, Spain. And I think Montse will have a very good ability to talk about the challenges the private sector is facing in the key commodity like coffee, for example, especially when looking at issues like deforestation, but how the private sector also can benefit from a global public good type solution or access. So with that, I will open up first question to Monica, and this is from the perspective of SECO and also our long-term partnership as we celebrate our 60th birthday this year, our 60th anniversary. Is SECO has been a very, I would say, in my experience, and I've been with ITC for almost 16 years, SECO has been a continual supporter and advocate of global public goods, and this is this is going back as well to when SECO was one of the initial supporters of ITC's standards map, but not exclusively that. Also, the Global Trade Help Desk and other tools that ITC manages. And so, from your perspective, why the strategic interest in SECO in supporting global public goods? If you can just kind of talk to us about that, why ITC, and how you see these GPGs, as we call them, to use another acronym, how these global public goods are helping livelihoods in the field. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with you and with this excellent panel here. Let me just first start by saying one thing about GPGs, and I think that for many people it sounds like a very foggy and stratospheric concept. And to be frank, nowadays, if you're a little bit familiar with technology and you have a little bit of appeal for digital solutions, I mean, you have to get excited when you have a look at the standard maps, or if I name another of the examples, the Global Trade Help Desk. So every time I open these tools and I have to show somebody who is, I don't know, producing whether hazelnuts or almonds or whatsoever in some country, and to tell him what to do, how to do the export, what to organize, what formulas what forms they have to fill. So I really get excited to open one of these tools. So to me, is really one exciting, excellent, and key tool for private sector to get engaged and participate in global trade. Now, when it comes to the reason for SECO's engagement and the reason for choosing ITC, I would say the situation is very clear. Switzerland is not a big donor, is a small donor. We are in a big donor community that is able to mobilize a lot of funds. This is not the case for Switzerland. We are a small player, you can say. And this means we have to be very intelligent, I hope, in choosing our battles and choosing the instruments in order to be able to have the impact, the scalability that we wish to have. And it will be impossible for a donor like Switzerland to be acting and engaged in too many geographies with too many partners. And for us, it's really key to have the instruments that allow this multiplication of impact. And this is what global public good is about. And now, why ITC? I think many things were said this morning by our state secretary and also the director of ITC, is really this shared vision, shared values. So we really have the same feeling about what to do, how to do, and when to do things. And I think that this common sharing of the common language and common understanding that goes from the very low level, from the staff exchange. So every time we go to Geneva and talk to ITC people, I really is not, again, excited, knowing about innovation, about new tools, about projects. The same happens when we have discussions at the global level. So I think it's for us really a partner of choice, and the one that we want to have impact. And as I was mentioning, for SECO is very key to provide the support to small businesses, small and medium-sized businesses. And these are the ones that are depending on the quality and availability of good information. The big players are able to look for the instruments by themselves, most of the cases, or are able to mobilize the resources to do that. The small ones is a different story. And this is where ITC and SECO can come together.
Thanks, and I think that's the point of impact is key, and I think the ability, and some have said, well, there's an indirect, it's not as if you're working capacity building directly with farmers in the field, but yet there's a super, I would say, powerful indirect benefit of the global public goods, where we've seen how SMEs, agricultural producers, other small businesses can use our tools, and then with that, with the knowledge they've gained, can then access markets and then can improve their sales, and that improves livelihoods. And I think that has a ripple effect through the economies. So thanks for that background. I think it's super insightful. So Matthias, I wanted to turn to you and we discussed in the previous two panels today the regulations, right? So corporate sustainability due diligence has come up, deforestation has come up. These are in many cases existential type requirements for SMEs that are, let's say, not ready or don't have the technical and financial wherewithal to deal with the requirements. So if you could kind of take a step back and provide your perspective on these regulations and how they have and the impact, if you will, from a small business perspective. And then we can, in the next kind of question, we can talk about the global public good aspect of it.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for having me. Yeah, I mean, let's start with the corporate sustainability due diligence, which is probably marks the big shift towards corporate responsibility if it's implemented well. It is, I mean, first of all, a duty for companies, a due diligence duty to identify, assess, and address human rights and environmental impacts in their own operations and their global supply chains. So this is what the regulation is about. It does actually not set new standards, because the standards were there for more than a decade. We know companies have a responsibility to respect human rights because of the United Nations guiding principles. We have the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, which all have set the standard. But what's groundbreaking with the new regulation of the EU now is that these standards are becoming mandatory. So they are mandatory for a far larger group of companies and number of companies than have previously engaged in due diligence voluntarily. So this is where the legislation offers the prospect of really systemic change of how companies organize and govern global supply chains. And that's the big change. And for me also the prospect really to share the benefits of globalization more evenly between producers and consumer countries. Also the prospect of making trade more sustainable and fair. Also the prospect for companies to internalize the social and environmental costs of their supply chains. So that's the hope which is attached to the regulation. If this really materializes, pretty much depends on how companies who are in scope of the regulation implement it. And there we have the regulation says what companies should do, but not how. And the how can either be companies divest from risky suppliers or risky countries, then the impact would probably be negative, or they really engage meaningfully with their suppliers to act together on mitigating the human rights and environmental impacts that they have identified. So that's now the question, which cannot be answered, because we are just starting transposing and then later on implementing the regulation. But what's clear is if we really move the needle towards positive impact, we need global public goods, and we need support that accompanies the regulation so that all players along the supply chain have the tools and the knowledge and the means at hand to really make this regulation have the positive impact that everybody hopes it will have. So.
Thanks. And Christian, so from your perspective, the how, right? And this came up this morning, in looking at the challenges that are facing agricultural producers. And there had been several, let's say questions or calls, like what can ITC do? What can we do to provide a GPG, a global public good, to somewhat alleviate the burden or to improve the ability for these agricultural producers to deal with the challenges of this regulatory frameworks that are now here. From your perspective, seeing agricultural producers in the field, working with them, what are some of your, let's say, learnings, experiences, and how would they relate to ITC?
Yeah, thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity. First of all, I'd just like to comment on something Monica said. I'm also very excited by Standards Map. super excited. And also the SLCP gateway that I saw today. Like, you're doing some amazing things. I just found out about it. I'm very excited. But specifically around farmers, like we talk about it. We always talk about the challenges, give or take 500 million in the world. And for the most part, I come from an agricultural background. My brother still milks cows, and I've been in tech for 25 years, and he doesn't know what I do. I think one of the things is every single day, most of those farmers will go out and try and make the right choices. They'll try and make those choices that generally will align to SDGs, and generally will align to most of the values we've got. They're generally custodians, really good custodians of the nature around them. And so what's incumbent on us is to, how can we not just raise the bar in legislation, but how can we raise the bar in the opportunities for them to make better choices every day? And so this is one of the real struggles. People don't know, like, what Farmer Connect does. We deal largely right now in EUDR. There's so many questions about it this morning. Like, we're focusing on a box ticking exercise. Yes, it's got good intent, but there is so much ambiguity on small actors, whether they're direct farmers or they're the first kid on a bike who's aggregating from 4 or 5 farms. No one knows what to do and how to do it. And so if we give them the opportunities to actually make those better choices, yes, they're going to be bad actors, but for far too long, I think the industries that we probably all deal with, we've taken the approach of stick instead of carrot, instead of like, how can we actually embolden with more trust throughout those supply chains to give people the information they need to make a better choice every day, but also the tools. And whether it's a physical tool or, tech, it can do everything, but it can't do anything. But also the financial instruments that need to, as Guillaume was saying, they need to be sort of embedded into everyday sort of, impact financing should not be a thing. It should be financing. And that transitionary path that we need to get to, like, impact is for now. It should be financing. We should embolden all our organizations with the different supply chains to look across supply chains, look more landscape level, and actually collaborate.
And just to follow up on that, Christian, so, I mean, but from your experience, do you see, in terms of the landscape approach example, do you see collaborations in place now that are helping to kind of move that forward, or is it still a nascent thing? Is it still work in progress?
I just had a conversation with Nicoletta from the Swiss platform for cocoa just literally right now. Sorry to cut the conversation short. I needed a microphone. And all the platforms in Switzerland are starting to come together. Yeah. They're starting to actually collaborate and work. And this is brilliant. This is we do need those cross-sectorial, but we need cross-company as well. And I think it was back to, I'm going to hopefully won't say her name wrong, but what the question I asked Baju, which is like, we can't have the same big competing companies in the same regions all doing the same thing. We need to get to the point where how even within commercially sensitive industries that with information around marketing, trading, absolutely, keep it safe. But there's so much information that can be alleviated into a public good using tools like zero knowledge proof, etc., to actually raise the bar for all actors and ultimately reduce costs.
Okay. And so the industry example is very good with the Swiss Sustainable Cocoa platform. So then shifting to coffee, for example, and looking at the industry perspective, right? And one of the, I would say, characterizations has been that, yes, the different industry players, different companies are often operating in silos, I'll say. Like, for example, you have company A, B, and C with their own proprietary traceability or IT tools that are somehow managing the supply chain of that buyer or that brand. With the current regulatory space, I mean, as we've discussed before today, it's going from and as Burju mentioned, I think in the last panel, going from a voluntary thing, or it's nice to have, maybe some are doing it, some are others, but there's really not a lot of pressure. Now it will be mandatory. So from your perspective in Spain, in the coffee sector, how do you see the role of ITC specifically? But how do you see some of the opportunities, but also challenges of Spanish companies to kind of come around to a global public good type approach to deal with the requirements and the challenges of legislation or regulations, like, for example, deforestation, of which coffee is a key commodity.
So much for the invitation to be here to explain how we manage these things in the Spanish Coffee Association. Happy birthday. In our case, we have one of the subsectors of the Spanish food industry. We are an association with all the coffee value chain in Spain, traders, roasters, and soluble manufacturers, with 110 companies in our house, and with different sizes. We have multinationals, we have large companies, and a lot of SMEs. In general, in Spain, not only the coffee sector, the food industry is based on small and medium companies. And in our case, it's around 80%, which is a very high data. This is very important because the situation, the needs, and the solutions are different. And now we, as an organization, try to manage everything, but always from a pre-competitive point of view, because the companies have different tools, but we need, and this is the relation with ITC, to have global solutions from the point of view that they have a global challenge. I think it's a challenge. Today we talk about the companies, governments, consumer, but we need to combine that the sustainability is a need for everybody and to work together. I think it's the first message. If we are combined, everything goes on. And in our case, the first challenge internally was to combine that we need to work on a pre-competitive solution with neutral, as you told before, inclusive, and integrative, and all of them collaborate with a collaborative sense, because the reality is different. In Spain, we have small and medium companies. If we talk with the countries of origin, is the same in many countries, producing countries. We have the opportunity to talk on many of them in Latin America, for example, and it's very difficult to imply such kind of new rules. We also need a clear landscape as operators. For us, it's very important to have an harmonized guidelines with legal certainty, with security, legal security. We need to protect the sensitive data and the confidentiality of the information. This is a very important role you could have with the tools you have from United Nations. The ability to maintain the competitiveness in the global marketplace, and the consistency in the implementation and the interpretation. This is, for example, in the case of Spain, we have 17 regions with different competent authorities. With this, it's difficult to manage. We need to talk with them to explain how is the sector, the coffee sector, because the raw materials are different. In the case, for example, on UDR, and we have examples on the food industry to work together. I remember I come from the not the coffee sector, the food industry before, and I remember when we talked at the beginning last century about the hazards. This was very difficult to convince the companies you need to implement protocols and so on. And now it's very normal in generally and at global scale. We have rules like codes alimentarios in many things, in qualities, with safety, labeling, and so on. And now it's very normal, but the beginning it was very, very difficult. And I think this is the line to work. We need to talk in this way. I think for us as coffee sector, it's very important to do the things in the right way, because coffee is history, culture, enjoyment, social interaction, and it's very normal to say, let's go to meet a cup of coffee. Then our vision is nobody lay behind. Thank you.
Thanks, Monse. And if I could just had just one follow-up, Monse, on that, in terms of the, you know, the complexity even in Spain, in terms of the various regions, the fact that, as you mentioned, many of these Spanish companies are SMEs. How, like, because this could be also similar to other industries in other countries, in other countries that are dealing with the challenges of the regulations. What kind of approaches have you used to bring these different companies or regions together to kind of explain and create momentum toward working together in a pre-competitive way?
Well, the first of all is to talk with our board our board and to combine to sign an agreement with ITC to collaborate in the development of the deforestation-free gateway. This is the first one. We have companies involved in the pilot project. We are talking with our government, with all the authorities, the ministries, commerce, environment and agriculture, to say this is our way to do. We want to put on the table a solution and the problems, but our vision is constructive. We think it's very constructive because 1 year or more, we have many meetings with our raw materials and in Spain, and it was very difficult, everything for all of us. But maybe our vision was very constructive in the engagement with our authorities. And for us, it's very important to have the assistance of an international organization like ITC, because many of the things involve different countries, organizations, international organizations, which is not very easy to manage from a sector-ideal association, also from the government. And we need to have the same in mind. The question is, we have a debate and a challenge, and we have a compromise, because everybody who is here has a compromise and understand as well the importance of sustainability. This is the best thing. We need to work to have the appropriate tools. Well, the time is necessary. As you know, we have an opportunity from IT, because we have, as Monica told, many tools now. We need to know the differences between the countries. If, for example, in UDR, from a legal point of view, a very different system from property rights, labor rights, etc. And well, it's to put together, because I think it's possible. We need time, practices, and well, the financing also is very important. But in general, I think we are talking about a compromise, a change in the culture of the companies. We are in another moment, and the moment is this, and we have the opportunity to do the things as well as we can.
Thanks, and I think it's a key point, is that this is a sea change in terms of at least the need for just kind of the multi-stakeholder partnerships, right? I mean, you know, the government, the national government, or even regional governments working with the private sector, and then working with also international organizations like the ITC, which if I look back even 15 years ago, it was a different paradigm in terms of that. It was very much kind of a siloed situation. You had more or less, you know, UN organizations working by themselves, and then you had the private sector kind of in their own, you know, world, and then maybe linking a little bit with the government. And I think this whole regulatory change now in the sustainability paradigm has really kind of moved, I would say, the discussion toward, okay, how do we really work together? And I think if I could, you know, pivot now back to Monica for a question in terms of SECO, in terms of, you know, looking in the future, and this is one of the, I think, the the benefits of, at least it's one of the rewarding parts of working with you and your team over the past several years, and I think my other ITC colleagues would agree, is that we're always innovating, we're always thinking of new ideas. How do we push the envelope? How do we improve the tools? How do we make them more relevant to our users, et cetera? You know, we're always moving forward. We're never standing still in this area. It's always continual evolution and improvement. But you know, given and this, just as you said at the beginning, you know, these are fun tools to use. I mean, it's not just a simple website. So how do you think, from a strategic perspective, we should be looking at ITC? That is, again, how do we to evolving our offer on global public goods in a sustainability context with partners that go beyond, you know, yes, our core beneficiaries in the field, but other partners? How do you see that working? And also in a Swiss context. I mean,
Okay, let me make the link perhaps to a couple of things that were said before. So one thing is really the promise of interesting approaches where collaboration is at the center, and this is the case of landscape approaches. So I would say that trying to chip into those type of approaches, and these are the ones that we try to promote through the two current platforms we're working with, so the Swiss Sustainable Coffee platform and the Swiss Sustainable Cocoa platform. So it's really to bring all the actors together in this pre-competitive space and trying to create a common ground. And for this, I would say that ITC needs really to link to this type of initiative to provide, because it's the way how the discussions take place, allow you to have access in a relatively objective manner to the different needs of different stakeholders and to see the full value chain. And I think that this is one thing that is very important. The second thing is probably the use of frontier technologies and tools. Everybody talks about artificial intelligence, and I really think that in some cases this may allow to make some of the processes faster and to adapt more of a tailoring by reducing some costs, because we will need in the future also to ensure that there is much more effectiveness. We may face an environment where the resources will be in shortage or more than nowadays. So that means we need to find the methods that allow us to become more effective. The third thing is enhancing reliability, trustworthiness, and transparency, because with the availability of the information and perhaps in excess, I would say in some cases, some of the consumers or farmers in producing countries are maybe overwhelmed with information, and we need to identify, to make sure what is the trustworthiness of the tools that ITC is providing. So because we started the conversation today also with the matter of trust, and this has to be there for the tools to be used. And the fourth element I will mention is really the institutionalization, because donors like SECO can provide the support and can ensure that the tools are developed and maintained. But at some point, there needs to be a link to the local systems, the national systems, so that when you start looking at the tools like standard maps and you know about the certification bodies, etc., that this is directly linked to the information that is provided anyway by the Ministry of Agriculture or by the regions. So we need to connect the dots also at the national system level to ensure empowering and ownership also by the countries themselves. It's not a matter of doing the things only out of Geneva or Bern. That's my main message.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to get back to that last point, because that's also a key question mark also in our, how do we really engage the national authorities in these countries, which in many cases, from our kind of anecdotal conversations and engagement, lack a lot of awareness or understanding of what's coming or what's here now. But maybe we can park that for a second. But I wanted to also turn to Matthias now. Thanks for that initial kind of overview of the due diligence legislation. And you mentioned the need for global public goods. So you have a very, I would say, rich background working with a variety of organizations in this whole area. And one of the key, as I mentioned earlier, one of the key let's say challenges is, yes, when this was kind of a voluntary system, companies could operate, they can choose their own voluntary standard or their code of conduct, they can go ahead with that, and that was great. Now there's going to be a need for, I would say, more concern or paying attention to what is really what they're doing as opposed to what the law requires or what the regulation requires. How do you see, and from your experience at UNECE working in traceability and also OECD and responsible business conduct type activities, what's your view in terms of what's needed from a GPG perspective to improve the ability for small producers to deal with the regulations successfully, and B, to provide let's say more converged or common reporting to authorities, maybe they national, or even different, let's say, subnational authorities. And then last but not least, how is that done through a partnership with the private sector, with the industry, and with the upstream SMEs?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is a very broad spectrum because I fully agree. There's global public goods, and then there is the smallholder farmer somewhere at the upstream of global supply chains. And there's a long way between the two because the global public goods level, it's global. So it is hardly context specific. It's hardly as practical as a farmer may need support. But I think it provides necessary preconditions for all the other support that we are also providing to be effective. So for me, actually, to make implementation of those supply chain regulations also effective and work for small-scale farmers and upstream producers, we need to get some things right. And this is, for me, the level of the global public goods. So in particular, three things for me. One is regulatory coherence. The second is harmonization in practices. And the third is interoperability in the systems that companies use to trace their supply chains and exchange data. So on regulatory coherence, many say at the moment, Brussels has created a bureaucratic monster with all its Green Deal policies. And then they count or add up the compliance cost of each individual piece of legislation and say, oh, that's impossible for companies to manage. Yeah? But that's, of course, nonsense, because what the Green Deal policies, so the CS3D, the due diligence legislation, but also the regulations on reporting, the regulations on issue-specific supply chain risks like deforestation, forced labor, conflict minerals, whatever, they all are a system. So they are interlinked rules that companies need to implement in an integrated way. So we need an integrated approach to implementation, not one legislation by one and then counting the cost of compliance one legislation by one. That makes no sense. Companies ideally need one type or one sustainability report which helps them comply with which is done according to the requirements of the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, but at the same time also provides the data that financial sector operators need to comply with the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, for example, and also needs to help companies comply with the reporting requirements they have under the due diligence regulation. So one report, many compliance issues solved. Same with due diligence, one due diligence system that helps them to meet the expectations from the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, but at the same time also helps them to detect risks on deforestation, forced labor, and others. And in that sense, also helps them to comply with those issue-specific regulations. That's ideally how it should happen. I must admit, from having been involved at the European Commission in these lawmaking processes, the European Commission has not, I must confess, always lived up to that expectation of coherence, because in many cases, indeed, those individual pieces of Green Deal policies or legislative initiatives have been developed and designed in isolation by individual line DGs, and then only later on somehow through inter-service consultations tried to make sense out of the bigger picture. So there is some room for improvement, and there's work to be done, and particularly now in the important phase of transposition and implementation, to really be mindful that everything we transpose now is transposed in the most coherent way possible between the legislations internally, the whole package of Green Deal legislations, but also between member states. It would be the worst if we have now 27 different due diligence laws in Europe. So that is that coherence is is something policymakers have to deliver to allow impactful and beneficial implementation further down the road. And my second point, harmonization in practices, and that really much speaks to the work the ITC does. Harmonization in practices addresses the issue that we have hundreds of sustainability standards. We have thousands of company codes of conduct and millions of company contractual clauses that companies use to manage supply chain risks and the sustainability performance of their suppliers. And if all those are developed by the company themselves and are not in any way harmonized, then the supplier who works with more than one buyer has to do the same stuff all over again, has to endure multiple audits, has to provide similar data into different systems, and that indeed excessively leads to costs for and burden for suppliers, which would actually turn those legislations into public bats for them, because it does not really, they don't meet the ultimate intention that they had. So a tool like the standards map, which helps companies navigate through these 300 plus sustainability standards, is a global public good in the way that it actually makes sense out of those many standards, which individually would rather create fragmentation and confusion or ambiguity, as you said. But by having a place where you can look up what the best standard is for you, where even the standard owners may do some kind of benchmarking to see, okay, my standard stands here, I cover this, but maybe I should align more with some international standards, for example. So the tool has multiple purposes because it's global and it's a public good that everybody can use to actually mitigate the potential negative impacts that you have from 300 plus different sustainability standards in the market. Another very good example is your work also done by the Trade for Sustainable Development program with SLCP on the SLC gateway that Bruce presented to us before lunch. So thank you for that. That's, I think, for me, a very good example where you work with SLCP, which has the converged assessment framework, which is a framework that allows companies to accept the audit results that are audits which are done against that assessment framework, so they don't have to run audits against their own individual code of conduct with the same supplier. So that immensely also increases or decreases the cost for suppliers and increases the benefits of those verification mechanisms. So again, it's a global public good for me because it allows harmonization about private or individual solutions. And the last point I would like to raise is interoperability in systems that companies now set up. I mean, this regulation is a perfect market for solution providers, for consultants to now provide to companies software solutions, traceability solutions, and everybody provides a different type of solution and tries to sell it to companies. What the big risk is that data fed into the system are not interoperable or cannot be exchanged across those systems. So here, the United Nations Economic Commission in Geneva, together with its Center for Trade Facilitation and E-Commerce, UNCFACT, is actually since some years already developing traceability standards. They started in the garment and footwear sector, but they are now expanding that into other critical high-risk sectors. They develop UN-based standards for that traceability solution providers can use to have kind of a common set of criteria and language that they can use when they develop traceability systems, so that these systems, if they comply with that UN standard, ensure interoperability. And that's, again, a point, if that's ensured, then a lot of cost can be saved, particularly on the side of the suppliers, who are often the weakest part in the supply chain and least able to actually accommodate those costs if they are not reduced through such global public goods. So
thanks for that. I mean, on that first point of regulatory coherence, I mean, that's a whole kind of I mean, a whole ball of yeah, I don't know what to say. It's super complicated. I mean, we could spend a whole day, if not more, on that, discussing the regulatory coherence, because there's, I don't know how much hope going forward given everything there, but we can park that. But then the issue of kind of harmonization, Matthias, and so indeed, I mean, the work that we've done at ITC, I think has moved the needle somewhat on that. But there is still, especially when also with, you mentioned specifically SLCP, and that's also, I think, been quite impactful. But there are still holdouts that don't want to, if you will, join the party, you know, and kind of converge or align their initiatives with the consolidated assessment framework. Just one example, but there are other examples in other sectors besides textiles and apparel. You know, and the question is yes, because if, I mean, this is our experience is that if a certain standard or initiative tries to join or tries to align, it may remove their kind of raison d'etre, right? It may, you know, their initiative may have no purpose anymore if it's super similar to a larger group. And that's it's an existential threat for a code of conduct or a standard or even for the auditing profession, right? And which gets sensitive. So I mean, I don't know if you have any ideas or suggestions on how to overcome that hesitation to move toward more convergence.
Yeah. I mean, I see two levels. It's not that we want to make all sustainability standards similar, or that's not what I say. Then we would have one maybe government mandated sustainability standard, like we now have European sustainability reporting standards, which are now applicable to everyone. So the private reporting standard providers somehow have to adjust to that. But it's more the level of principles and language and criteria that you use, where I think we need harmonization. And then you can build on those your individual sustainability standard or your individual tailored traceability system. But we need a common language, or we need common criteria, so that's the reason why we have a green claims directive, that not every company can claim I'm sustainable, and how I define sustainability, that's on my own part. So every company defines sustainability different, and those who shout the loudest I'm sustainable are then perceived to be the most sustainable. So the European Commission said that's not how it can be. We are now defining what should be what makes a good sustainability claim and what will be prohibited as a claim from now on. So a consumer who reads this is a sustainable product can trust that this is sustainable based on a couple of common criteria, which are similar to all who make a sustainability claim. Then the claim itself can be super individual, and but the principles and criteria behind there, that's the level where we need harmonization, in my view. So to reduce the complexity that we currently see in all the solutions and support that's given.
Yeah, and I think it's a question also, and it's, you know, you mentioned taxonomy and terminology and things like that, and I think it's a process, right? But I think if we agree with, you know, credible organizations like ITC and others, such as the OECD, to work on this and to kind of move the discussion or the debate in a way that we can bring different organizations together, it's a positive step. So if one example of what we're doing at ITC, just to kind of do a call out, is that we're and we've been working with our kind of technical working group, which is composed of many different organizations, including SECO, also GIZ, ICL as well, is a typology of sustainability standards, and this is a joint work with ITC and the OECD. It's being managed by my colleague Mathieu Lemole, and we're going to be launching that typology later this year at the G20 in Brazil. And so again, I think this is a way that we can start to bring some, you know, to overuse the word rationality to this kind of, let's say, jungle of standards and terminology, and working with other partners, we can hopefully get that more, let's say, accepted globally, and that is a way to move the debate forward. So those that are online and in the room, please stay tuned for that. Or if you have any questions, please talk to Mathieu at the cocktail this afternoon about that. One question, you know, again, is this whole issue, as you said, about the kind of, Matthias, the whole issue of the IT, the different IT platforms, and the issue of trusted data. And so I wanted to turn to Christian on this. I mean, the risk is, I mean, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it was much harder to start your own IT company, right? It was, you know, the kind of entry level, the costs were hard, difficult. Now it's easier to, you know, and the technology is more accessible to anyone, right? So there's a risk, and we've seen this risk in the field where IT companies are starting with their own solutions. Yes, I'll solve your problem with deforestation or CS3D or regulation A, B, C, whatever. How do you? I mean, it's a huge risk to have providers of let's say non-trusted or verified services or data work with SMEs that are already resource constrained and don't have the technical, let's say, knowledge to kind of push back or to really question hard an IT provider for a traceability solution or whatever the case may be. what are you, I mean, what are your experiences with this, and what are some of the ways to avoid these pitfalls, especially from local organizations, cooperatives, other organizations in the field that are trying to grapple with the requirements of these regulations from a traceability and technology perspective?
Yeah, and just to champion what Matthias was just saying a little bit as well.
Sure.
Is the harmonization is a problem. Every time someone comes to us to solve EUDR for them, they want me to teach them what EUDR is. They want me to tell them all their legal compliance. Like, and I think what we could all do, like collectively, is actually understand there's only a finite number of actors within these supply chains. They might be complicated. There might be restrictions around education, technology awareness, connectivity, but there's only a finite types of actors. And if each of them had a digestible resource that they could say, A, B, C, D, I've done that, I'm 90% of the way there, that would take out a lot of the concern. And I think it's a huge opportunity we've got right now is because everyone's doing something. They're just trying to work out what they're doing. Everyone's doing something. And if we don't take that opportunity to really give the guidance to, hey, if you can rationalize like 80% of what you do, because it's the same as technology providers, but also commodity companies, exporters, governments in terms of looking at like export documentation. We've got a huge opportunity now because everyone's forced to do it to stay in the market. And the problem is, because everyone's trying to work it out, then do something a little bit different, all that cost is going up, and we're inserting more cost because everyone's trying to come up with their own master list. Everyone's trying to go through that reconciliation thing again. And it isn't, technology is a part, but it isn't just technology. We can get there quicker. And most of our unique selling like propositions, they're basically the same. There's a slight divergence, but they're basically the same. Having worked in traceability for 6-7 years, I didn't know that you actually had a standard. That's fantastic.
We are developing it, but
yeah,
it's coming.
I will help you. Like there was an initiative run by GIZ, the DIASCA protocol, and like they were getting some traction, but you know, it was a constant struggle. But back to your specific point, there is a proliferation of technology, and the problem isn't always about technology. There's lots of difference, but if we can get governance and some kind of alignment around what that technology is going to do and get to the point of outcomes. We need to be focused on outcomes. And I'm not just talking about sustainability program outcomes. I'm talking about what's the outcome of a data packet. There's going to be different data packet definitions for different cultural contexts, for different supply chains, for different elevations. But what is the aligned outcome of that data packet that then is going to be so much more digestible all the way throughout the supply chain? And you don't have to pass all the information. You don't have to pass the data. We've got amazing technologies, one that I'm very passionate about, and the self-sovereign identity, where you can actually give the different actors autonomy over their information, and they can safely pass information through. And instead of focusing on the constant, you know, we've got a culture of constant data collection. It already exists. Someone else has got it. It's ironic that the commodity industry, with all their silos, has so much information in silos. They could reduce costs across the board if we can get to a point, what level is trusted, and then share that openly without being very, very cognizant about specific personal identifiable data, of course. But there's huge synergies that we can have to actually literally get cost out of the industry.
But isn't there like an issue with, okay, these companies have the data, it's very valuable. They leverage that data for their own markets, right? Their own, you know, their own, let's say, share of the market compared to competitors, right? So how do you convince these players that are the custodians of this data to share, or to share a certain segment of that? I mean, is it because of the regulations that they need to move together in a way to reduce risk across the board, or?
That's our opportunity to make the move. But like ultimately they're burning costs doing the same admin in every single silo, in every single place. Even to I forget the acronym of the framework that you showed this morning.
The SLCP.
Yeah, terrible with acronyms. It's like within that sort of context, if you've got a standard survey. If we can get to what's a standard data packet that is needed for EUDR for this actor type A, for an exporter, for an importer, for a cooperative, for a non-organized cooperative, for a farmer. Like, we even have the capabilities right now to push up their polygon, push up their satellite assessment. We've got the same farmers with the same polygons coming in, like being passed around. Farmers are basically polygons now. And they're all being assessed by different organizations with a different algorithm. Like, what are we doing? We should be taking deforestation out of the system, but we're perpetuating constant administration and paper pushing.
Do you want to respond to that? Or
I was just laughing because I think that the last time we met was at one of the workshops that we organized with Swissco, with the Cocoa platform on traceability, and we had precisely different of the companies offering traceability systems, and they have to present themselves and explain what were they doing, and then it was extremely funny to see them. Really, there were a number of questions, and they have to position themselves physically. So they were extremely close. So you saw physically the people sharing the same type of information, sharing the same type of objective. But I after that workshop, I thought, well, it's little communication also between the different providers. And I think that perhaps also the companies that request those providers for services, they have some difficulties to distinguish between many of them. So a little bit more of sharing of the data, ensuring this interoperability you were talking about, and making clear what is the common ground, what can be shared for reducing costs, but also what is the difference and the value added.
Yes.
I think that will be critical.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, from the experience of SLCP, I mean, there were common pain points. You know, the kind of repetitive, duplicative audits that were costing a lot of money at the supplier level. There were the fact that you had all these brands that were visiting the same facilities, auditing, 4 or 5 times. It wasn't anything about, price. It was really about also de-risking because, you say tomato, I say tomato, but it's the exact same criteria. So that's where I think but it took a lot of time to build the trust. So it's also a matter of trust building. And then when you can do pilots and you can see how you can reduce costs, then more people start to join because they realize the value. And I guess maybe to shift to Montse again, in terms of the Spanish context in coffee, to what Christian was mentioning in terms of the kind of costs that are also in this case duplicative costs in terms of getting data, whether it's geolocation data or other sustainability data. Do you see that this work with ITC in the deforestation gateway as a way to reduce costs for the Spanish industry? Has that been a factor in the discussions, or yeah? I'm just curious on that.
Properly, it not was the cost, but the coherence.
Pardon me?
Well, the coherence, the harmonization, the interoperability, to have neutral information and to have a tool for everybody. And if you want to have the first one of the class, no problem. But you need to have a common sense. And now the problem is, as my colleague Christian and Matthias comment, is we are in a jungle now with many different solutions, probably with many synergies, but no exploring. We need to have a clarification because the rules are clear. Not in general terms. We know that we have many package of legislation now with some things to develop clearly, but we know the skeleton and then or the scheme, basic scheme. Now we need to clarify the questions in order to implement. The problem is not for industry alone. It's a problem for competent authorities. When I was talking with administration in Spain, they doesn't know how they need to request. This is a problem too, and I think I totally agree with the comments of Matthias, because for me coherence is the mantra maybe. But harmonization is very important. It's very important for all of us. And then the interoperability. But because we are working as an organization in a pre-competitive scenario. This is our main proposal, to work in a pre-competitive way with the best tool in order for everybody. The cost is a question, well, we know that everything costs, but it's different the view from the producing countries than the operators here. But when I talk with my people, it's not different, the concerns about the new rules than the producing countries. We are talking about the same, and we are a supply chain. The things affected to the producing countries affected to you. Then we need to work in close contact. At the beginning of the UDR debate, I remember one meeting in talking about this, because with Claudia Uribe, Claudia talk about the situation on the countries of origin, our producing countries, and I talk about industry, but we are talking about the same.
Exactly.
And after the meeting, we are talking about the value chain. Let's go, we work together. And then I know that the differences between companies, big companies have a necessity, a requirements, pressures, and so on. Smaller ones have another situations, but the legislation is clear, applies with some differences to everybody. Give the tools for everybody, and then we manage our tailor-made.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point, Monse, and I think it's key that on both sides of the supply chain or the value chain, you have actors with the same challenges and concerns. Cost, lack of access to information, issues with multiplicity of standards or regulations, challenges understanding the regulatory reporting regime, etc. And I think that's kind of where the global public good, in that center of it, if you will, can provide solutions to both those sides of the value chain. I guess before we turn it over to questions from the audience, I have kind of two questions that I like to do, is kind of rapid fire to the panel. These are questions that it came up in the last panel. I think Christian asked, who pays? So that's the first question, right? I mean, obviously we heard from Bersu that her view is that probably, given the very thin margins in many of these products, if it's a commodity or textile or whatever, there are thin margins, right? So who's going to pay? And maybe the consumer is not going to pay because they don't, they're going to be looking at the cash in their pocket. So that's the first question. The second question would be then, which is also, I think, something that we raised, is the lack of awareness, especially from the developing country perspective, whether it's a policymaker in the developing country or a trade promotion organization or trade support organization, as we call them. How do we improve awareness? So maybe the first question would be cost. Who pays? How do we make this? How do we make this work from a GPG level to help to implement the spirit of the regulation, but managing the cost, especially to the beneficiaries of ITC, like the SMEs?
Well, I think that we need to transmit clearly the importance of sustainability to consumer, but to convince them to pay more. This is a reality. For example, if I talk about packaging, everybody wants to have a solution for the waste, but we need to pay maybe more.
Yeah.
But this is the society where we live. And these are the needs, one need for everybody. The sustainability is a global, from my point of view, a global challenge for everybody, governments, consumers, and so on. We need to combine them, and I think this is not very easy. I remember the case of waste is similar. We are talking about the yellow bin, the blah, 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 but we need to pay for that. The consumer needs to go and to put the packaging where it needed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think for me it's a funny way to
I can try to guess. Well, I hope that the ones that are that are responsible for the externalities are the ones to pay. So, and this is to me the reason for arguing we need to integrate the negative externalities into the price composition. And as long as we don't do that, then probably the weakest in the chain will be the one to pay, and not necessarily the consuming, depending on the countries, depending on who is the one holding the pen on which side of the Atlantic. This is one thing. The other thing is, I hope that we try to reduce the bill for the weakest through the global public good. So this is, to me, one of the answers to avoid that the small farmers in producing countries, or the ones that are not able to afford a more expensive product, that they are not the ones that are paying the bill.
Well, there's an interesting paradox for me, because indeed, I would also say it's about internalizing social and environmental cost. So why is there such a fuss about companies paying for those costs which they have caused, and which they have just not paid for because they were destroying landscapes somewhere down deep in the tropics or somewhere far away from any scrutiny? So we simply ask companies to internalize the cost that they have anyway to pay, if and regulation helps to correct this market failure that's there because they sell a product too cheap, because part of that cost is simply not in their cost calculation or in the price calculation. So it's simply, some products are just too cheap. Nuclear energy, by the way, is super cheap because it does not factor in the huge cost the future generations will have from all that nuclear waste. Yeah, so it's a paradox in a sense that companies so much refuse to accept that they are now held accountable for the cost that they produce without internalizing them into their own price calculations. But that aside, I also think that for sustainability, which is in itself a value, the consumer has to pay a premium at some point. And I hope that another regulatory change that will be ahead of us may change that, which is the EU's eco-design for sustainable products regulation, because that mandates companies of certain energy-intensive products to add to the product a digital product passport. Right. So the consumer actually does not buy only a hoodie or a jeans or electric device. It buys also data, a passport with all the data of the sustainability performance of that product along its entire supply chain. So there is value the consumer receives through this passport together with the product. So many say the data of how a product was produced will become as valuable as the product itself. So in a sense, with these digital product passports, we give those valuable data to the consumer, and the hope is that they value that and pay for a sustainable product that comes with a product passport, which tells him where, how, and why this product has been produced in that way, so that they see this is worth a price or a price premium. And then hopefully we also will see the consumer share into the cost of sustainability.
Just one add-on, because I don't want to be understood as I was not arguing only for the companies to pay the price. When I talk about integrating negative externalities in the prices, I was also thinking about responsibility of the governments. The governments in producing countries are the ones that have to enforce the regulations also in the countries, the social and environmental conditions. So it's not only about companies. I'm not doing a company.
But if they enforce it, then they still create cost for the companies, maybe for the local companies there, but it is at the end of the day a corporate responsibility.
I mean, essentially, it's a shared responsibility.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Christian.
I'm just going to focus somewhere slightly different so we don't get in trouble. But Juan Pablo said this morning...
No one's going to get in trouble, don't worry.
I think he's here somewhere. He said this morning something around small and medium-sized enterprises got legislation and certifications as a barrier to entry. And I think who should pay for it? There should be impact funds, et cetera, with a really long time scale. And it's up to technology guys like me to come up with something that has a business case over that lifestyle. So let's fund it for small and medium-sized and independent workers, et cetera, so they can take it on really low risk with very, very small payback periods over a very long amount of time. So it's actually a business case for the farmer, for the cooperative, because we can do that. We can decentralize that. But what we don't do is we try and do everything vertically and hold on to it, instead of actually, how can we actually build a business case for every single actor, even all the way up? Because we can do it. The tech's there.
Okay, thanks. All right, over to the audience. So we have about 6 minutes left according to this clock here. So, okay, Gabby, go ahead.
Thank you. And now I can talk. I was a participant. So here's the thing. On the business model, we spend our little company, with the help of clients, 30% of our sustainability budget building that data. Last 2 years, 60%. Now, if we're going to trade, only 10% of the goods in our country are traceable. So if we bring it and we just trade and the public good and pre-competitive and all that, that's very nice, but we invested a lot. How do we make that work? So if you have a system and I have a system, then yeah, great, we share. If I have a system and instead of making impact and paying the farmers more, I spend it on doing paperwork and polygons, then how does that work? So yes, but it's not just sharing and pre-competitive. We need to find the business model. I like very much the data and who owns the data and the farmer ID. And that's my second question, maybe turning around from what Monica and Matthias were saying. What if there are positive externalities? And we are measuring how much, it's the same technology almost, the satellite and all that, to measure nature value, carbon capture. And what about we put a price? And we put a price and actually the farmer gets the value that is creating for nature. And we build that. We cost it is about $200 per hectare or something like that in carbon. The cacao is at $10,000. So can we build a business model that it's not a negative externality, it's almost a positive externality. It's income diversification using the technology and the expenses and everything. So it's 2 points, not one. But over to you.
Who wants to take that?
I can take a piece of it first, because when I'm talking about a business case for independent actors, not necessarily directed at you, it's like all the way through, right? For a farm, if a farmer owned his information, every time he shares that information, he should be paid for it. But you shouldn't just be giving it to him or her. You should be actually, how can we build a business model where, yes, you're going to do the satellite assessment, you're going to do the polygon, etc. That's your investment. How can we build a business model there where someone pays you to hand it over to them, and then over the next 10 years, they'll eventually pay you back. So you actually are de-risking. And you're going to take the duplicity out of supply chains, and you're actually going to teach people that data is a commodity. Zuckerberg doesn't think so, I don't think, but like it can be. And we can be selling data with the product at a lower level. And this is a huge opportunity to bring in like other issues that we've got in keeping youth in regions, people fleeing agriculture. If we have different technologies where they can be part of the supply chain instead of sending an auditor from Brussels every time you want something looked at, how come we can't use this information on zero knowledge proof again, so you don't steal it, but you say, like, this is a risk area, that's where you send someone. We can get everyone involved in the supply chain. There's a business case for that too.
Can I take the second one?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so just on the second one, I think that this is, at the end, what we understand under the payment for eco-environmental services. And we are trying to experiment a little bit on that. So I would have loved to see one of the proposals that went through the co-financing facility of the Cocoa platform, addressing these type of things. As I mentioned at the beginning, we had these landscape approaches, and we made a call for proposals on that. But we haven't seen any proposal integrating this type of payment for environmental services. So perhaps keep this idea for the future, if not under the Cocoa for the coffee platform, that hopefully will be put up for call for proposals next year.
All right. Other questions in the audience? Santiago.
No, I mean, I think it's an excellent panel. I just wanted to really, for Matthias, I guess, is the question. I mean, we're talking from the private sector, from the business sector. We're talking about global public goods, and we're talking about commodities that are basically based in developing countries. And we're talking about policies that are being unilaterally decided in Brussels. Where's the developing countries' governments? Where's the multilateral dialogue with them on all these policies? And of course, we talk about the cost and we talk about how we're going to implement this, but if you don't have the governments that can integrate and do those kind of policies in countries, we're not going to have half of the story, or maybe the most important part of the story. So I guess, what's your thoughts on this? Especially because we have a very fantastic public good, which is multilateralism. And if we don't take advantage of multilateralism invented 150 kilometers down the road from here, we would be missing out on that opportunity. Second point, I guess we can invest on some things that would work in terms of global public goods and leverage on what ITC is doing. First of all, we don't have a database on trade certified products in general. We don't have a database. We have a typology now. We have a sort of transparency with a standards map, but we don't know how much is being traded. So we keep on talking about all these certified products that are going to go through the markets, through all this kind of regulations. Nobody invest on that kind of database. And that's a good that could help developing countries understand better what's happening. Likewise, I think on the other kind of initiatives on transparency and most importantly on impact. I don't think we're still looking too much on the impact on the kind of sustainability goals that we're trying to achieve. I think we need to invest money in looking in how we can get that data from the field, collect that data in terms of the impact on the sustainability gains. One thing is the legislation. Another thing is an impact. We already have 25 years of VSS there, and we have very little coherent data on the impact. Evidencia, we haven't talked about it. Global public good. We want to collaborate with Evidencia. We've been asked to collaborate to look about neutral impact data. I think that's the best arguments that we can use when we bring these kind of things to the table and we want to implement them in the coming years for the good of sustainability.
Yeah, I may give a try on the first question. I think we had it at the beginning when Monica said there's global public goods and then there's really the upstream farmer at the other side of the spectrum. And I think global public goods will not solve every problem and respond to every support need. There's a lot in between. And speaking in terms of ITC products, there's, for example, the Alliances for Action program in between, which goes into the countries, works with the farmers, tries to help them get access to foreign markets with their products. So this is value chain development, which is much more concrete, much more based on capacity building, working with the individual challenges a farmer has in a specific sector and specific country. So this is something a global public good cannot solve. But this type of support may be facilitated and sometimes may be enabled by a space where you can get data that you need for those type of support measures, or it may be facilitated by a platform that's already existing where you can have a meaningful dialogue between farmers and their buyers or something like this. So it's not the panacea for everything. It's necessary. On your other question, it's a very important, it was a related point for the first question. You asked who are talking to the governments of those countries, how this legislation impacts on them. I must admit the European Commission has a very praised system of regulation, of lawmaking, with impact assessments, public consultations and everything. But unfortunately, it misses out often to apply these tools to also involve countries from outside the EU. So the consultations take place within the EU. The impact assessments assess the impact of a regulation on EU member states. So who is assessing the impact of a CS3D on developing countries where the actual impacts happen? Because, and that's the most unknown impact, because as I said, it can be positive or can be negative. It really depends on how companies behave and implement the regulations. So there is a gap, and be it multilateralism or be it also good, well done guidance, which again can be a public good, which guides developing country governments on what they can either do to help their own private sector to be prepared for those regulations, or what they can do to simply communicate what will be the changes in their trade relations with the EU as an effect of those legislations. So this is something the EU is lagging a little bit behind. They try to do this through their EU delegations, who are now receiving information from headquarters on those regulations, and the hope is that delegations will then share that information with their host governments, but that often it comes a bit too late. So they feel the regulators have made their decisions and then they explain it in the second step. That's a bit unfortunate. So some governments are really pissed a little bit about what's coming on them without them having ever been consulted. which I think is a fair point.
Yeah.
But now we still, it's not too late. We still have a chance to explain it well, and this through guidance, through consultation, through multilateral fora, which all, in a sense, are public goods, which can help to solve that problem.
Thanks, Matthias. So I think that we're going to wrap it up because I think we're over time. But I wanted to thank our distinguished panel. Thanks very much for your input and your discussion. It was super revelatory and helpful for the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe and panelists, for a really fruitful discussion. Back to this $5 million question on who pays. We still don't have a one-sentence answer, but what we've been hearing is that it's a shared responsibility and it's based in neutral data. And of course, interoperability and harmonization of data. For the next session, we would like to now welcome another colleague for a spotlight session. This is Anya Jankowska-Erickson, who will share a very practical implementation of what was just discussed with an explanation of how the Global Trade Help Desk looks. I hope you had a chance to answer the question. She's taken your feedback into account. Anya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Susanna. Good afternoon, everyone. First, a huge congratulations to Akshata, Joe, and the whole SECO team for this event. It's been some amazing dialogues. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you as well to Joe and Monica for really highlighting the importance of global public goods and making it easy for me to just dive into the Global Trade Help Desk, appreciating that you all understand the underlying importance of these tools. So I met Benson when I was doing some trainings with some youth entrepreneurship hubs across Africa. And after a training session, Benson said, "Oh my God, I feel like I discovered fire when I saw the Global Trade Help Desk." And I was like, "Come on, Benson, like you're a little too dramatic." But what he explained to me is that as a young entrepreneur, gathering the information from across different sources, finding comparable, reliable information that he could then put together in a meaningful way to inform his business decision was a serious challenge. And so for Benson, he felt like he had finally discovered something that could really make that easier for him. Now, I asked you guys a question, or I put some notes that may have been also cleaned up by the cleaning crew in case you didn't get a chance to answer. But what are those pieces of information? What is it that we're looking to put together as an entrepreneur when we're trying to move into a new market? And I think there's a few answers that came in a bit later, but globally, I think these are all very relevant. We're looking for things that are going to help us with the economic attractiveness of our business, right? We're looking at potential, we're looking at demand, we're looking at are conditions favorable, we're looking at which are the attractive markets. And something that's come up over and over today is about the costs for businesses in terms of compliance, especially with all of these regulations and standards. So what is the impact on my business? And then understanding customer needs, understanding buyers, understanding where are the opportunities. All of these aspects are things that can be really difficult for a company to grasp all at the same time. Now, the Global Trade Help Desk, I think, fits in a lot of the themes today in the sense that I'd like to think that we combine Swiss pragmatism with partnerships for inclusion. What we're trying to do is to really simplify the market research journey for SMEs. We're bringing together data from ITC, from Sustainability Standards Map, from a Trade Map, from Export Potential Map, from a number of different tools, but also combining it with information from UNCTAD, from the WTO, from the World Customs Organization, from the Inter-American Development Bank, to really try to make it easier to find information from across 14 different databases in a single search. So this partnership with the kind sponsorship of SECO and ITC donors makes it possible to try to simplify life a little bit for our SMEs. Now, this is the platform that was launched in 2020. We have about 250,000 users from across 190 economies. It is now available in 8 languages. And the idea here is that by putting in 3 pieces of information, our exporting market, our product, and our destination market. We're going to be guided through our market research journey. Now, I want to just go ahead and show you what Benson was so excited about. So we're going to take the perspective of Lena, a Swiss medical accessory entrepreneur who's looking to expand her business beyond her traditional European markets. So first, we're going to see and we're going to adapt our language in case we would like to do something other than use English. We're going to select Switzerland as our exporting market. We're going to type in crutches, for example, as our product and highlight the specific code. And then we're going to have the opportunity to select our market. Now here, I've chosen to ask GTH to help me identify markets using export potential data from Export Potential Map. We're going to take China as an example, but this can be for any product, for any market. Now, first we see how economically attractive is China as a market, and what has Swiss performance been in terms of exports so far. We can see that there's still considerable room for growth, but it's overall positive. Next, we're going to think about how much is it going to cost to actually get our crutches to China. So we're going to look at the national tariff line. We're going to select the product that most closely matches ours, and we can see the different duty rates that could be applied, depending on whether or not we're able to meet the rules of origin and comply with the change in tariff heading or the 40% regional value content. Now, once we have our tariff information under control, we get to the most challenging, I think, part, which is compliance, right? So here we're going to consult the available regulations that are applied by China to crutch imports. So we're going to be able to see the number of regulations, and we can get a summary and links to each of the regulations that is applied to this product by China. We're going to do this across our different types of regulations, and we're also going to bring in regulatory notifications so that we have access to the most up-to-date information possible. And this comes from EPING from the WTO. Now, once we feel like we know how much it's going to cost us and we know our crutches are going to qualify into the Chinese market, we're going to, of course, think about sustainability. Perhaps this is something to consider, maybe less for crutches than for other types of products. But we have information from standards map. And of course, we have the description of the different types of standards. And as always, there's always a link to the original source so that every entrepreneur can dig deeper. Once we've thought about sustainability, we're going to think about distribution options. How could we possibly enter this market? And the newest section of the Global Trade Help Desk is the Go Digital section. We'd like to think about entering via e-commerce. So we have a proxy for digital payments coverage. We also have the de minimis value below which no tariff is charged. So we can see, for instance, it's 5,000 RMB in China, as well as a threshold for simplified customs procedures. Now, we might also be considering selling on a marketplace in China. So we can see the transactional marketplaces. We can see the number of visitors per year, a link to the platform, and whether or not it's open to foreign sellers. When we click on the link, we can also see which sellers or from which countries are qualified to be able to sell on this platform. Now, if you happen to be new to selling on e-commerce platforms, you can also check the associated potential costs on the cost calculator. Now, if you're not sold on selling your goods on a marketplace, the bare minimum that you need to be able to sell online is a digital payment method. So we also have an overview of the digital payment methods, the supported currencies, and the costs and associated comments to help you think about selling via e-commerce. Now, if you're not convinced that you necessarily want to go digital, we also have the partner section, which has a list of a business directory, both from Connect Americas, but also via Trade Map from Dun & Bradstreet and Compass. We have information also on IP offices to register your IP rights. We have information on trade finance providers, TPOs, as well as links to logistics and freight forwarding companies. Now, If you've screened all of this and you're not really convinced that China's a great option for you and you'd like to consider something else, in a single click, we can have all of the same information for instance, the US market, which happens to be the largest importer of crutches and associated accessories. So that's how you can use it. Now, once again, this is a whirlwind tour. Please go and look at it carefully, check all the data. But maybe a word from our users.
My name is Shrey Ibrahim. I'm a senior lecturer at Rhodes University in the Eastern Cape of South Africa.
My name is Noreen Barros Cesario, and I am the president of the Organization of Women in International Trade UK chapter.
Hi, my name is Crystal Lim, and I'm an entrepreneur and brand owner of Seabacton Skincare and Kadiberry food supplement products in Malaysia.
I found the Global Trade Help Desk and then attended a webinar where I actually learned far more about it. I was actually so inspired by the tool that I immediately actually used it as part of a teaching aid with my final year LLB students. Why I find it so appealing is because I can take the theory and make it practice. The beauty of the system is the fact that it is so intuitive and that it actually is so responsive, irrespective of where students are coming from or what their particular education level. They are absolutely fascinated that they can pick almost any particular country, any particular product, input the data, and they would have an immediate result.
I consider it to be immense in the value it brings because it has given me a lot of information which would have taken me a lot of time to find it in different places. I think it was really designed with Mesme's in mind, and that really shows because it's simple to use. It's easy to navigate. The language written is actually easy to follow as well, and that is really important.
I learned how to check for the right HS code, compare export potential across markets, and explore the tariffs and regulations that I might face in new markets. The program helped me to be able to cut costs by doing this analysis in-house rather than relying on external consultants, and has put my company on the path to selling our products online in new markets, including Singapore, Thailand, Australia, the UAE, and the United States.
One of the things that I found that's very useful is also finding partners who could facilitate issues relating to intellectual property, not just specific to tariff regimes, but also the importance around the cost that it would actually take for your product to get to market. The fact that this is a collaborative exercise between so many different agencies is one of the aspects that makes this particular platform so rich and so beneficial.
I would advise women-owned businesses, women who are starting out, to actually engage with the Global Trade Help Desk because it is vital. It's a great resource, and you need to be able to actually know the markets you're going into. So research is very important, and it is available there. You have everything at your fingertips, so you'd be losing out if you did not do that.
Now, having a platform is only half the battle, right? Bringing together the information is useless if you don't have businesses actually engaging with it. So we have been furiously training, working, and doing outreach with over 65 national regional organizations, TPOs, business support organizations. We worked with the COMESA Business Council. We worked with the Trade for MSMEs group, the informal working group on MSMEs in the WTO, with ECLAC. We've worked with countless ICC chambers. This year, we concluded training 1,000 businesses across ASEAN markets as part of the Digital Export Enablement Program. And we've been working very closely with Brazil, with Apex Brazil, both in creating the Portuguese version of the platform, but also integrating it into BraExp, their new platform. And this is only the beginning. We're keen to work with anyone else who would like to. So we're hoping to also do more with, especially with Indonesia. And this year we launched the Bahasa Indonesia and the Mandarin versions of the platform, thanks to in-kind contributions of ICC Indonesia and CCPIT. And we've got national training programs starting in these countries. We were also honored to be recognized by trade and investment ministers in the G20 in India last year. And they recognized the Global Trade Help Desk as a veritable and inclusive source of business information. And they launched something called the Jaipur Call for Action. They asked us to use emerging technologies to make it even more accessible. And so this is a little bit the task ahead of us, and what we're really aiming to do and what we're actively mobilizing resources for is to be able to use AI and emerging technologies to make the Global Trade Help Desk multilingual, to make it conversational, and to make it something that can adapt immediately to the export readiness of the company that accesses it. So this is something that is coming, and I hope to present to you next time. But I think we've come a long way in 4 years, and I think the best is yet to come. But what I ask is that you check it out yourself. Please tell your friends, please tell your business community about it. We want it to spread like wildfire so that we can empower as many SMEs as possible. So thank you. And if you'd like to speak to us, my colleague Matthew and I will definitely be at the cocktail later and would love to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anya. We're definitely convinced between your demo and the testimonials. I think you have a lot of buy-in in the house. How is everyone feeling? Still good? Great. We are nearing the end, but definitely not last but not least, we do want to welcome Mr. Jose Serrador, who is the Deputy Chair of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force of Brazil, and he is going to be giving closing remarks to close out this wonderful day. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is truly an honor to be here today. I would like to extend my special thanks to the International Trade Center and to the Swiss government for inviting me to this event. My name is José Serrador, and I'm the Global Vice President of Institutional Relations at Embraer, one of the world's leading aircraft manufacturers based in Brazil. Today, I am speaking to you in my capacity of the Deputy Chair of the B20 Trade and Investment Task Force. The B20 is the official engagement group representing the private sector of the G20. And the B20's work is directly connected to the theme of today's event, Concerted Action for a Sustainable Future. The B20 operates through thematic groups known as task forces and develops recommendations for the G20 countries. These recommendations, they aim to promote inclusive and sustainable global growth. And at the heart of the B20's effort is the collaboration among companies of different sectors, sizes, and from various countries. Our recommendations are built on the belief that the private sector and governments must work together to effectively address the challenges of today's world. As one of the leaders of the B20 task force, the one related to trade and investment, I had the privilege of working with more than 180 business leaders from 31 countries over the past 6 months. Together, we have proposed specific recommendations to promote open, resilient, and sustainable global trade system. It has been particularly enlightening to observe that many of the challenges we are addressing as B20, as well as our proposed solutions, connect closely with the topics discussed here today and with ITC's work with small businesses. This alignment between B20 and ITC work gives me confidence, as it shows that we are all working together towards the same goal. Allow me to briefly share an overview of our key proposals. The B20 Trade and Investment Task Force proposes that the G20 countries focus on 3 main recommendations to promote a more inclusive and sustainable trade system. And here, a parenthesis that when Brazil took the chairmanship of the B20, we have decided to be absolutely specific and to reduce a lot the number of recommendations. So if you take past cycles, for example, India had 12 recommendations with multiple policy actions, and we decided to converge to reduce the number of recommendations to be absolutely focusing on what was critical to the system. So the 3 recommendations are first, improving the global governance for trade and investment. Second, promoting more sustainable and resilient global trade. And third, enhancing trade efficiency. Regarding our first recommendation, we believe that trade is a key enabler of development and food security. Nations engaged on international trade tend to grow faster and provide more affordable products to their citizens. However, as we know, the multilateral trading system faces challenges such as inefficiencies in the WTO dispute settlement body, DSB, and difficulties in reaching new multilateral trade agreements. Besides that, the current and challenging geopolitical scenario affects global value chains, making global governance even more critical. It serves as a fundamental pillar to address economic issues between nations and maintain the free flow of goods and services. Considering this scenario, our first point is that countries work towards restoring and reforming the WTO dispute settlement body, making WTO notification, monitoring, and consultation more efficient. I'd like to share that today we were at a panel at the WTO Public Forum, where we have presented those recommendations, and we are doing an important effort of advocacy here in Geneva, not only at the WTO, but also with the support from the Brazilian mission to Geneva, in making sure that the delegates of the G20 countries, they understand and they consider these recommendations in the policy making. Besides that, we propose that the private sector is formally engaged in the WTO. Countries should also uphold existing agreements and advance new multilateral and plurilateral agreements with a focus on A, advancing multilateral negotiations on e-commerce, and B, converting the agreement on investment facilitation into a multilateral deal. Additionally, we emphasize the importance of accelerating negotiations on trade and sustainability, again, linking to the topic of today's event. It is urgent that we develop a multilateral or at least plurilateral agreement that establishes clear and common rules for the intersection of trade and sustainability. A strong global governance system ensures level playing field for business in international markets by providing clear rules for all players. Moreover, the global simplification and harmonization of trade rules reduces costs, offering significant benefits to smaller businesses. Our second recommendations focus on promoting sustainability and resilience of the global value chains. The global value chains have been drastically impacted by recent changes in the economic and geopolitical dynamics. Companies, they need to promote resilience and sustainability in their value chains to be able to respond to today's evolving international landscape. But a balance must be reached between adjusting global value chains on one side and keeping the markets open. Additionally, there is a growing number of regulations related to climate change that are significantly impacted cross-border trade. While we understand the importance of addressing climate change, and we fully support the agenda, the fragmentation of these regulations and different standards is creating complexities of companies to navigate. Take, for example, the company I work for. We are a Brazilian aircraft manufacturing company. Imagine if we would have to do an aircraft that would comply to US environmental regulations and a different type of aircraft that would have to comply with European regulations. That would be impossible for a global player such as our company. So This complexity that I have just described is increasing inefficiencies in global value chains, and small businesses are even more heavily impacted as the fixed costs of complying with fragmented regulations are higher to them, right? Embraer has a global team that can understand regulations, try to influence, and try to secure the best shape of the global value chain, but that's not a reality for smaller companies or companies led by women and companies led by LDCs. So in these cases, these regulations become technical barriers, particularly for MSMEs. And considering these scenarios, we recommended that the G20 defines internationally accepted methodologies for carbon footprint calculations and reporting, and also agree on good regulatory practices for climate change regulations. We also advocate for defining standard taxonomy for green regulations, which can unlock investments and make it easier for companies to adapt their operations. By harmonizing regulations and reducing regulatory fragmentation, countries can facilitate a faster transition to a net zero economy. And our third and last recommendation is enhancing the efficiency in trade. In order to do that, the task force focused mainly on the digitalization of trade and customs. The adoption of advanced technology is transforming global trade by increasing market reach and accelerating the delivery of digital services and products. Moreover, the digitalization of the trade ecosystem, including customs processes, can significantly reduce trade complexity, enhance transparency, promote cost savings, and unlock more funds to finance international trade and the transition to net zero. This is particularly beneficial for countries with less developed trade infrastructure, such as LDCs and developing nations, as well as for smaller companies. In this context, B20 proposes the digitalization of customs with the implementation of common custom management systems among the G20 countries, and with the adoption of a digital document standard for customs clearance. We also advocate for the improvement of international coordination for the cross-border flow of electronic information. This is particularly important for companies operating global, such as the company of the sector I work for. The task force also discusses instruments to increase the availability of trade financing. So we call for facilitating the digitalization of trade finance by establishing a specific regulatory framework, strengthening government export programs with a focus on supporting MSMEs and female entrepreneurs. It's important to highlight that the current trade deficit stands at $2.5 trillion, representing 10% of the value of global merchandise trade. This lack of availability funding disproportionately impacts MSMEs. Finally, to ensure that the benefits are equally distributed, we ask the G20 countries to support the digital transformation of LDCs, establishing a specific fund to assist these countries, and to develop public-private partnerships with international financial institutions such as the World Bank. We believe that if we work together towards implementing these recommendations, we can build a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable global trade system. Now, shifting back to the important conversations we've had today, I want to emphasize that these discussions are not promising, they are essential. I firmly believe that the ITC, along with other international organizations, hold a critical role in helping to shape the future of global trade. The organization's impartiality, convening power, and technical expertise are essential assets in developing solutions that benefit entire global trade community. I hope we can continue to create a more collaborative spaces like this forum, where we can jointly advance key agendas for a more inclusive trade. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Obrigada, Deputy Chair, for highlighting the importance of sustainable trade. Thank you. And especially for making it work for small businesses and developing countries. Before we close out the evening, we just want to do a round of applause, especially for our co-host, SECO, for hosting us in Bern, in the capital here in Switzerland. Thank you very much. And of course, all of our speakers, participants online and in person. And of course, we can't forget our very own T4SD team led by Joe, with a special shout out to Akshata and Anna, who've been working so hard to make this happen. Yes, and for everyone here, please stay in touch. As you can see, it's a really collaborative environment. And so please feel free to reach out to Joe and the team for any ideas, partnership opportunities. And in case you missed any of the sessions or you want to revisit, you can watch everything on the ITC YouTube page. And with that, thank you so much, and we'll see you again next year.